Good afternoon, everyone. Wow, this looks pretty good. We've spent the last couple of hours redecorating and moving all the furniture around, and this looks amazing. No, thank you so much for coming along. We did this almost exactly 1 year ago. We were in a different place. We're in, was it Pixel Bar down the road? Who was there anyone here came to the one last year? Oh, a whole bunch of people. Awesome. We've been doing this for years around Scotland. Has anyone been to the Scottish ones before? Hey, look at that. I think I've forgotten to tote this up. I think this is now the 30th one of these we've done. Most of them have been around Scotland, must have done like 24 around Scotland or something, but we did them around the north last year in Belfast and everything. And unfortunately, they're just always really fun and useful. And I get to the end and go, that was a lot of work, never again. Oh, actually, no, I better. Okay, again, fine. I'll do it again, one more time. Um, if you don't know me, my name's Colin McDonald. Like I said, I've been doing these for a little while now, 5 or 6 years, in mostly in Scotland. I do a bunch of other things in the games industry, the UK Games Fund, Games Jobs Live, which isn't Games Talks Live, and go back about 30 years doing all manner of games, some of which you'll have heard of and a lot you won't have. Um, the history of these, for those that haven't bored with the story before, is I was down in London one time and someone from, I think it was Universal Music, said to me, we've heard great things about the studios in Scotland, the talent in Scotland. Is there an event up there we can come up and meet everyone at? And I said, no, it's ridiculous, but we meet each other in London or San Francisco or Cologne or Paris or something like this. And he said the fatal words, that's a shame, because if there was, we'd put a couple of grand behind the bar. So the first one of these was basically zero budget other than a couple of grand of Universal's music. We got a whole bunch of speakers together. We had so many speakers, I had to say to the speakers, look, I can only give you 10 minutes each, because we had something like 16 speakers. But by the end of the night, everyone was still super alert because all the talks were super interesting, condensed into 10 minutes. And we just realized actually there's loads of conferences out there do half-hour and 1 hour talks. These 10-minute talks, there's a limit to how much you can cover, but as conversation starters, they're absolutely brilliant. So we've got a whole bunch of great speakers this afternoon and this evening. They're all going to do, or the vast majority are going to do 10 minutes. Don't underestimate how much work it takes to do a 10-minute talk. It's actually harder to prepare for a 10-minute talk than a 30 or 60-minute talk, I honestly believe. But do grab them afterwards in the breaks. We will do a couple of talks and then a break, a couple of talks and then a break. The point of this is partly to learn something in all the 10-minute talks. And if a topic or a person isn't to your taste, by the time you realize it'll be 5 minutes till the next one. But for the ones that you are interested in, the speakers have got up on stage in order to tell you more about what they have done or are doing. So do just grab them in the breaks. The point of this is for us as an industry to get together to provide a focus both for the speakers that want to get up on stage and for the other publishers, investors, sponsors, and everyone that have realized this event brings out all the talent in a local area and they come along. So it's you coming out has caused other people to come to the region because they want to meet you. So make the most of it and just chat to as many people as you can. We were in Newcastle last night, and by the end of the night, I'd heard of several meetings that had already been scheduled for this morning to do sort of follow-up chats about possible collaborations. There was a few people slightly worse for wear last night. So how many of those meetings happened on time this morning, I'm not sure about, but it sounded really promising. Thanks to our sponsors, we all got a free drink as we came in. This is kind of a dream come true for me, running an event in a brewery. So once we make sure everything's running smoothly, I'll get to sample some of the beers. Obviously, there's been some problems with drink in the games industry before, so let's just look after each other. If you see anyone that doesn't look comfortable, just please make sure they're okay, or give myself, Jenny on reception, or Lucy, our engineer, a shout, and let's just make sure everyone's okay. okay and has a good and safe evening. Um, these events are 90 something percent covered by the support of the sponsors. So I'd like to do a massive thank you to the sponsors that have made this one happen. So this is to Red Rover, No More Robots, Pocket Sized Hands, LCR Connect, Invest Liverpool, Newcastle Gateshead Initiative, Invest Northeast, Escape Technology, Lucid Link, Cerolo, Fallen Planet, Johnston Carmichael, Speech Graphics, and Rivet Games. So please join me in giving them a massive hand. You'll recognise a lot of these names are not from this area. I think No More Robots is the only Manchester company there. So if we end up doing this again next year, hopefully we get more local companies involved to make these sustainable and make sure we can keep bringing back to Manchester. What else do I need to say? Oh, we're online. Hello, anyone watching online. Hopefully the live stream audio and everything is working okay. I've been meaning to click through my slides, which I haven't done. This is our schedule for this evening. Some of this has already changed, the nature of live events. So don't, if there's someone in particular you want to see, give us a shout and we can confirm if they're still on at the time we said they are. We've had 2 people off sick today, unfortunately. Dan Pinchbeck will be our final speaker on at 9:30 if the projector behaves itself. Who knows? Dan will be on at 9:30 anyway, whether the projector behaves itself or not. So, and Dan is, because he's our keynote speaker, that's the one talk that is longer. So Dan will be on for about 30 minutes. And it was super insightful last night up in Newcastle. So definitely stick around for that. If you are online and want to chat to anyone else that's watching online, we've got the Discord set up. Go to gamestalks.live/Discord. There's all the lovely sponsor logos that I probably should have brought up earlier, really. You'd think if you'd done this 29 times before, you'd be a professional by now, but obviously not. In the early days of these, I used to introduce all the speakers and I realized everyone got sick of my voice. And it particularly seemed weird to be coming outside of Scotland to have a Scotsman introducing local speakers. So instead, we've got someone far better suited, far more talented than me to do it. He's shaking his head, but our host for this evening, would you please welcome to the stage Mr. Stephen Hay.
Right, oh God. Well, not short. It's Tom Cruise size. And he's not short, so come on. Why am I here? So why we're here? Great, what a lovely room to be in. With lovely people. And that's a good enough reason. But, you know, I think last year I kind of went, you know, the world's on fire. Everyone's been made redundant. Companies are closing down. And this year, I'm not going to talk about that shit because that remains outside. That we're stormed, you know, look, that door shut. We're not talking about any of that stuff. Tonight's about being positive, about all the positivity that's in this room and inspiration. And I think Derek, who hosted last night, works at Radical Forge, like I work at Radical Forge. And he said last night was just like a breath of fresh air. He kind of bounced out of the room. He said all the talks were great. He met loads of great people. Put in? Or was it? It wasn't fresh air. I thought that was a new IPA that they had on tap. But you know, loads of great people, and he said, you know, and that the keynote from Dan was superb as well. Was really very exciting. So it's nice. It's nice to be inspired. You know, less than about a kilometre away, 2 kilometres away, the world's first programmable computer was built, the Baby One. So Manchester has this heritage, which kind of, you know, comes from men, of invention, of creativity, of a rich kind of culture, of kind of doing stuff and just getting on with stuff. Maybe, you know, kind of doing stuff without asking too many questions beforehand. but in all sorts of creative arts and creative art forms. So we're in a, well, to me, I'm very biased. It's the number one city on the planet. I think this is something that Mr. Simran here always says as well, which is very good. I like your little, it wasn't a dig at Liverpool, but I don't think you'd be welcome at IKEA anymore. So next time you go to a Billy bookcase, you've had it. I think you'll get the broken one. However, yes, so we've got some good people to speak to talk. What else did I want to say? Yeah, positivity, because I have spoken to a lot of people today already, people coming in. You can't be unrealistic about what's happening, but also there's a lot of sprouts, green sprouts in terms of companies. There's a lot of ideas knocking about. There's a lot of people kind of reinventing themselves and not just being games companies and things like that. And that is really refreshing to see. You know, this industry has been in Manchester for 40 years now, and it survives, and it's still here. And actually, it's not in a bad shape. You know, we've got big companies like Cloud Imperium right in the centre of the city, with 600 people, and we never had that in the earlier decades that I was alive in. But we didn't. So it's great, and also games are at a better place than I believe they've ever been in terms of the cultural importance and significance. And probably Dan will talk about this later, because I think some of his games certainly influenced me a long time ago. But games are so meaningful to people now, more people and more types of people, more different people than ever before. And, you know, I truly believe we're in a really golden age, even though temporarily there's a little bit of shenanigans going on. So don't worry about that. I probably should shut up now, because this first segment, we have got two amazing speakers. One can become a gate. Well, I'm overthinking and not talking about politics now. But anyway, there's no politics, and we're a politics-free zone, because there's some politics and football on. All right. But we're a politics and football-free zone. We can talk about football. So we've got Stuart from the BFI. Better people to buy from. I think that was what they used to say in the advert in the 70s. And then have we got Josh then? Is Josh doing the secret mode talk, or Neil? Josh? Excellent. Sorry, I got confused before. I hit my head. So we're all good. So first speaker, I am doing the 10-minute thing. If people go over 10 minutes, I'm just going to get up and push everything over. No, it's dramatic, but it has to be done. So, you know. So, big round of applause, please, for Stuart. He is, I suppose, the instruction said, give people's job titles. It's just Stuart. He's got cash. Stuart, give me the money. He's your gateway drug to getting free money from the government. Oh shit. Right. Anyway, big round of applause, please, for Stuart.
Thanks for that introduction. So I'm going to be kicking it off with a very sexy discussion about tax, which I'm sure everyone's dying to hear about. So has anyone claimed video games tax relief before? Let me see. I can see a few people. Is anyone planning to? Well, if you're making a game in the UK, you should all have your hands up. So hopefully by the end, you all will. So yeah, my name's Stuart. I'm the video games manager in the certification unit at the British Film Institute. So we are the first point of contact for UK game devs who are looking to claim the tax incentives that are in place in the UK. They're currently going through a transitionary period, so I'm going to kind of talk a little bit about that, but the principle is the same. So if you are, I don't know what's happened there. If you are interested in claiming this, I'm going to talk a little bit about the difference between the two, and maybe you can start to think, we should be claiming this one or we should be claiming that one. But as I said, if you're making a game in the UK, you have a limited company set up, then there's no reason for you not to be claiming this. It's here to support the UK games industry. So I'll kind of talk you through a little bit about the process, what you actually need to do, and why you should be doing it. Okay, so first of all, why should you apply for VGTR or VGIC? So, I mean, bottom line is it's worth money. So, what's it worth? VGTR is worth 25% of UK or EEA core expenditure. So, what HMRC mean by core expenditure is expenditure needed to make the game. I always say it's easier to think of what's non-core expenditure because there's very few things. So, things that are non-core are like marketing or like going to events and stuff like that, because they would argue you don't actually need to do that to make the game. I mean, you might argue differently, but that's what how they see it. And it's capped at 80%. So it works out about 20%, you know, so if you're spending 100,000 on a game, it's all core spend, you're going to get about 20,000 back. So it's definitely worth doing for filling in forms. VGEC is slightly different. It's got a 0.5% bump. So it's slightly more, and it all adds up in the end, you know. So as I said, if you're making a game in the UK, this money is here to support you, so you should be claiming it. And it's possible to secure loans against the VGTR or the VGEC, because how it works is you claim the money back after you've spent it, but there are certain companies who will loan against it. So it's another kind of possible way to cash flow your project if that's what you're thinking about. We have to remain completely impartial, so I can't name, but if you Google, there are people out there. Okay. So what's the qualifying criteria? How do you actually qualify to be able to get this money? So first of all is the VGDC, it needs to be within the UK corporation tax net, which if you've got a limited company set up, it will be. So the next one, this is one that can sometimes trick people up, is that the company needs to be incorporated before the beginning of full development. So there is a bit of wriggle room on this because HMRC understand that, you know, people will sometimes kind of prototype and do kind of early versions and then decide to set the company up. So you think, okay, there's legs in this. So there is a bit of what I would always say is don't count yourself out. Never think, oh, well, that's me, I'm not going to be able to claim this. We're a small team. We're a team of 4. There's myself and the 3 games analysts, and we're always happy to talk to you about the project. And if you're worried that it's maybe an eligibility thing in terms of HMRC eligibility, we're happy to talk to them on your behalf too. So please don't count yourself out. You know, we're really approachable, happy to have meeting after this, happy to chat after this, happy to arrange a meeting in future, you know, whatever works for you. So next thing is how much money you're spending in the UK or EEA. So blue line here is VGTR, green is VGEC. So you need to be spending at least 25% of core expenditure in the UK or the EEA for the current VGTR system. So if you're making a game in the UK, that gives you wriggle room if you want to outsource to another country. It will be changing. It'll be coming down to 10%, but it'll be UK only. So, I mean, I've been at the BFI for 10 years now. I can count on one hand the amount of times I've seen this as being an issue. So should be fine if you're making the game in the UK. Next, the game is intended for supply. Basically, all that means is it's available to the general public or will be available to the general public. There's very few that don't meet this. You know, it's kind of, if somebody's making maybe a training game for a specific company, that wouldn't count because you would have to work at that company to be able to play it. But it's quite wide ranging. You know, I've certified games in museums. I've certified games that are location based that aren't even in the UK. You know, the vast majority are console, PC, mobile games, obviously, but it's a bit wider again than you might think. Last one, this is a headache for me. Is it a game? So, I mean, it's a question that is always discussed in our department constantly. And we deal with 5 different tax reliefs. I only deal with video games, but we also deal with film, animation, kids TV, and high-end television. So there have been cases where something hasn't been able to go under game because it doesn't have enough interactivity, but it might go under film or it might go under animation. So again, don't count yourself out. If you're working on a project that's not a traditional video game, so to speak, come and speak to us and we can see. I know sometimes it's a bit square peg, round hole, and it might not fit any of them, but please come and discuss with us. Okay, oops, here we are. Uh-oh, here we go. Okay, so what's changing? So there is a slight change. At the minute, VGTR is the one that's been around for a long time, and we're in a transitionary period up until 2027 when VGTR will be going away, VGEC will become the standard. So is very much a kind of staircase approach, but there is slight differences. At the minute, it's possible to kind of straddle both. So you could claim some VGTR, you could claim some VJEC. You could claim all VGTR, you could claim all VJEC. It kind of depends on a number of factors and why you would want to. What's the kind of difference between them? So as I said already, VJEC is slightly more. It's like a 0.5% bump up, which is not a huge amount of money, but it does add, especially if your budget's balloon. So as I said, the first point at the top, minimum expenditure in the minute is 25% in the UK or the EA, but that's coming down to 10%. So, if you are going to do most of your work outsourced to another country outside the UK, then it's a bit of a lower buy-in, but it is UK only. Next one, with VGTR at the minute, there's a 1 million subcontracting cap. So, once you hit that 1 million, you can't claim on any more outsourcing than that. That's been completely removed with VJEC. Next, expenditure will be on a used or consumed in the UK basis. I'll go into that a little bit about what that means, but if I'm completely honest, it's very much something to speak to an accountant about because I'm still trying to get my head around it. But basically, it means if you are spending money to use in the UK, then you'll be able to claim it. It did used to be slightly different in the way that video game tax relief is worked out. And the last one, there's a new form that must be submitted with all claims from the 1st of April. Again, come and speak to me about that. I can just point you to the link. And what I would say is very much a two-stage process. So come to us, you get a certificate. You can take the certificate. It says this game is a British game. And then you go to HMRC and claim the tax relief. The first part, coming to us to get the certificate, you can completely do by yourself. It's just filling in forms. I know nobody likes filling in forms, but it's easy to do. The second part, I would always recommend speaking to your accountant when you're kind of engaging with actually claiming the money from HMRC. So that's where the kind of the used and consumed and other stuff like that and this form kind of come into play. So this is kind of the main thing we do. There's something called cultural tests. So it's not as scary as it sounds. Basically, we look at the game and the team, and it's a points-based test. You have to get 16 points to pass the test out of a possible 31. We find over the years that this is what can put people off sometimes, is they think, oh, my game won't qualify because, it doesn't have, I don't know, the Queen in it or red phone boxes or something. It doesn't matter. Like, your game can be set anywhere. I mean, if it is set in the UK, then you will get points for that. But it absolutely does not need to be. There's multiple ways you can pass the test. I mean, I'm going to fly through these sections, so I've only got 10 minutes. I do have a flyer, so if you're interested, come and get one from me, and it kind of goes into more detail about the cultural test. What I would always say as well is happy to arrange a meeting, and then I can kind of guide you on the points that I think you should be claiming. It's sometimes easier instead of you kind of guessing what you think you might get. So I'll go very quickly through it. Section A, cultural content. That's where we look at the game itself. So we look at the characters, we look at the setting, we look at the story, we look at the language. So as I said, there are points available if it's set in the UK or an EEA country. However, we also award points for what we call undetermined location. So that is, space. That's like a fantasy world, a generic world. And I don't mean that in a bad way. I mean, like, it's just a forest. Then you'd be able to get undetermined points. It's completely possible to pass the test in Section A alone. People do it all the time. Same, a lot of people pass in A and B, so there's multiple ways you can pass. Section B is the most subjective section, I would say. Basically, you have to make an argument for why your game shows British creativity, British heritage, or diversity. If you're thinking about claiming these points, I'd say it's always better to speak to us because we kind of know what's required there. Yeah. Oh my God, time's gone quick. Yeah. So anyway, cultural test, come and speak to us. The next two sections, Section C is about where you're spending the money. So if you're spending at least 50% in the UK on things like programming and design, stuff like that, you can get points. Last part is all about the team. If your team are UK or EA citizens or residents, you can get points from there. And you can have the same person claim multiple categories. So, if your writer is also your artist, you could do that. So I'm going to skip these because, as I said, these are probably something you want to speak to your accountant about. As I said, we're in the transition at the minute. VJEC has already started from the start of this year. If you're interested in it, you can kind of straddle both. VGTR will be going on until 2027. However, if your game starts after 1st of April 2025, you do have to go under VGEC. How to apply online application form. There's just a few documents you need to supply us with: schedule, budget, game design document. You know, if it's final and the game is complete, we'd like to see a game code. Again, come and speak to us. We've got templates that you can use if you want to use our budget template, our schedule template. One thing I've seen in the games industry is there's absolutely zero standardization across those documents. So I've seen it all from like 2 lines in a note document to indecipherable Excel documents. One thing just to flag quickly as well in the BFI, although this isn't my department, but just to show you that it's available. We also have a global screen fund, and they have a fund available in the international business development strand. It closes on the 28th of June, so you've got like a week and a half if you want to apply for it. And it's 50 to 200,000 pounds over 3 years. It is focused on business development, international business development. So, you know, if you're wanting to engage with localization companies in other countries or something like that, it's a bit more for that kind of thing as opposed to strictly project funding. And that's it. Yeah, give me a shout, come and grab me after the thing, and or send me an email, whatever you want to do, and I'm happy to talk to you about your project and how it could qualify.
Superb. Sorry, we did go a little bit over time then, but it was important because it's money. And also very much enjoyed the episode of Star Trek when VCheck threatened Deep Space Nine. Now we have a mood switch. So somebody else who can possibly give you money or support all the other services that excellent publisher like Secret Mode could give. And we have Josh from Secret Mode. So here we go.
Hello, everyone. Yes, I know. Thank you. Cool. I'm Joshua Garrity. I'm the head game scout at Secret Mode. And today I'm just going to talk to you a little bit about Secret Mode and what we offer and what the process would look like if you were to apply and be a part of our Greenlight process. So a little bit about myself first. I've been in the industry for 9 years now. I feel myself turning into ash as I say that. Previously to my current role, I worked as the senior game scout at Team 17. And then before that, I was the acquisition manager. I was effectively a game scout at Sold Out, now called Fireshine. Some of the notable titles that I've signed include Core Keeper and Shadows of Doubt, both of which are coming out of early access this year. Yay! And I've signed many more beyond that. So who are we? Who are Secret Mode? So we're part of Sumo Group. We're the publishing arm of Sumo Group. So we kind of wear 2 hats. We both publish internally developed IP from the various Sumo studios, but we also work with external studios on their IP. We're based out of Royal Leamington Spa. We've got a new office being set up that's going to be opened up soon. We're a team of can't speak. We're a team with a lot of experience in the games industry. We've got folks from Sega Europe. We've got folks from Creative Assembly, all with decades of experience in various roles across the industry. Next. No, too far. Here's an example of some of the games that we've worked on. Still Wakes the Deep, which came out yesterday. It's going very well from the Chinese room. We've got a little to the left from Max Inferno. Over 2 million players have played a little to the left now. Very, very proud of Max Inferno. And then we've got Parcel Corps from Billy Goat, and that's coming out in September of this year. No, there we go. What are some of the services that we provide? Secret Mode is roughly just above 40 odd staff members at this point now. I would say a good third of the team is dedicated to various marketing roles. Product marketing managers who will be your point of contact for all things marketing, the marketing plan, various activities, etc., etc. The PR team, who are obviously involved with outreach with the press and influencers, but also working alongside the commercial team to secure those more opportunistic activities such as Nintendo Directs, Xbox showcases, etc., etc. We also have a team of community managers who are responsible for things like Discord, TikTok, etc. We have a production team, so you'd be assigned a producer, that'd be your point of contact for all things milestones. And if you need anything, like there's a skill gap missing or something like that, you can work with the producer to either find a freelancer or a work for hire team to kind of fill the gap there. We also have it's gone. We also have a in-house QA team. So you'd be assigned a QA lead for your project who would work alongside external QA teams. We're a big believer in QAing a project throughout the life cycle of the title and not just at the very end. And big believers in qualitative feedback as well as technical feedback. What are we looking for? There are 4 strategic pillars for the external titles. First one is games with a narrative focus. So Still Wakes the Deep is a really good example of that. But I don't want to suggest that when we look at narrative games, we're strictly looking at games that explore narrative to the exclusion of everything else. Like, we're interested in things like, for example, Hades is a game that uses narrative and characters to elevate the experience, right? It's a roguelike, it's a very mechanic system heavy game, but it uses storytelling and characters to elevate the experience further. We are interested in games that do that as well. We're interested in strategy games, not games on the scale that Paradox are dealing in, you know, big, grand strategy games, but things that are kind of more on the turn-based XCOM scale of things. This is mainly informed by the fact that we have members of the team that have experience in this genre, so ex-Sega Europe and Creative Assembly, like I said earlier. So it's about kind of leaning into the knowledge and skill sets of our team. Wholesome games, this is the vague know it when you see it genre. Frankly, we've just had a lot of success in this sphere. Little to the left, I already talked you through the numbers that game has gotten. Wobble Dogs as well, a big success story. It's very much just a case of like leaning in when things are going Unity around these games in our various channels. Also, multiplayer games, because every publisher is looking for multiplayer games. I will say that we frame this in the correct way, right? I think this is not a binary for us, right? It's not multiplayer or nothing. It's very much signing those games that are going to be community drivers, those games that are going to bring people to your channel, so that when they hit it, it's a high tides floats all boats situation. These games that drive communities are also going to positively impact our single player games as well. There's a secret 5th category, which is I really like the game and I don't care what anyone else at Secret Mode thinks. This is to say that I'm willing to look at any pitch and I'm willing to give any team a go. If I don't think the chances of the game getting through the process are high, I will be very honest and upfront about that. And it will be a case in the first meeting, I will refer to those 4 strategic pillars, right? But there's always that chance that you capture my imagination and I go, you know what, I don't care. I'm gonna be a dog with a bone and push this regardless. So please talk to me no matter what, right? So just some insight. How much time have I got? 2 minutes. Oh, much better than last time. So a little bit of insight into the green light process. So initial wall is me. Basically, on a gut feeling, essentially, I will look at your pitch, talk to you. Do I get a good feeling from you? And if yes, then you pass on to the next stage. Then I talk with the commercial team. We decide whether it makes sense with the other games that we're talking about. If we're all thumbs up at that stage, that's when it goes on to project group review, which is essentially myself and the commercial team selling the rest of secret mode on a title and activating more formal due diligence on the title, which will involve the finance and commercial team doing a forecast, competitor analysis, the marketing team coming up with like a loose marketing plan, and the production team talking with yourselves and giving their very frank feedback as to whether they feel the team is up to the task. I made that process sound really, really fast. The truth is, this takes time, and it varies wildly based on the project and the circumstance. If you're going to pitch to any publisher, just be prepared for a long battle, is all I'll say. It's all over, right? Everyone has to, everyone's cautious, everyone's taking their time. 1 minute left. I could do this. Where do we find your games? So I do a bit of panning for gold, where I search on places like TigSource, Reddit. Twitter used to be amongst those places that I looked, but I'll be honest with you, it's not what it used to be. But Reddit is a really good source for really cool indie titles. Setting yourself up on Steam and just getting the ball rolling is a really good idea. Even if like some of the assets aren't all the way there, just like demonstrating interest and just showing like your ability to kind of sell yourself is going to put you in good stead with publishers. And if there are assets that we want to change around, we can always do like a publisher announce where we change up the storefront. It's not the end of the world. It's not like your first and only chance to make an impression on Steam. And then obviously events like Gamescom, but also give me 1 more minute, go on. And also events like more grassroots events like Develop, Gamio, etc. Come talk to me. Come and tell me your project at these events. I'm not going to go through these one by one, but if you've got a phone, please take a picture of this slide. Basically, it's me breaking down what you absolutely essentially need for a project, what you'll eventually need later on in the process, and what will take you above and beyond. Like, you don't need this stuff, but if you do, great, thumbs up, you win. So yeah, everyone taking a picture? Great, cool. That's it. Thank you very much. There's my email. Come talk to me if you have any questions.
Cool, thank you, Josh. Josh is one of the nicest people that I've come across in terms of game scouting, because he just no bullshit. Tells you. I mean, he's not taking any. I pitched about 3 or 4 times to him, nothing. Ghosted me after all of them. You got the wrong number or something, but so. You did tell me tomorrow. It was quite hurtful. Okay, he's not one of the nicest people in game. He's hurtful. But he's very typical of the rest of the people as well at Secret Mode, who have done a very respectable job in quite a short time of establishing themselves as a really versatile and kind of reputable publisher. So that's good news. Good news story. Hooray! Okay. Oh, I can see a schedule. No one else can. That's a secret, isn't it? I think next we're going to see a video. We'll do it. We're going to do a break just right now, and that will last for 30 minutes. So we'll come back. I want everyone back here at 6:12. 6:12. 20 minutes. Sorry. So 5 past 6. That's what you got to. You have got some latitude, so I've made it 21 minutes. Sorry, but I'm in a position of power now. I've got a mic. You gave it me. It was your problem, Colin. So yeah, so brilliant. But we've got some amazing people coming up, included, and I guess that was the hint for me to say that, which was the schedule. Thank you. Lucy's amazing. Lucy's on tech. Big hand to Lucy because she is amazing. So coming up, we've got Lauren from Square Enix, who's amazing. We've also got Tony from Ant Workshop. Did someone put a hand up then? We've got Simran. We've got Nick from Bad. No, we haven't got Nick. We might have Nick from Badhammer. And others, and I'll tell you about others later. And that's not to mention Dan's speech, Dan's talk, keynote speech, which is later on and absolutely essential viewing. So that's it. Big round of applause for the speakers that we've had already. And then we've got 20 minutes.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks so much for your time this evening. Really excited to be here today. So I thought I'll start by just kind of giving you a bit of an intro to who I am. So I started in the video game and entertainment space back in 2011. So I initially started to work for 2 different media agencies. So, but they specialise within the video game sector. So some of the clients that I worked with, just to sort of name a few, so I worked with Bethesda, Activision, Nintendo, Konami, Codemasters, which some of you might remember as well. They're still alive somewhere. You know, I was there for a few years, and then I decided that, you know, the gaming industry I was kind of done with the gaming industry, and I wanted to sort of move on and try something different. So I worked for a company called DAZN, which some of you might be familiar with. They're like a sports streaming platform, kind of like the Netflix of sport. So I did that, but you know what, after like a year or so, I just really missed gaming. I wanted to sort of get back into the gaming sphere. So I joined Square Enix. So I was the UK marketing manager at Square Enix. So I ran all their marketing campaigns to sort of bottom up. And then I left Square Enix after sort of 4.5 years. I joined Take-Two Interactive, and I was part of the 2K brand. So I did that for a bit. And then now I'm at Green Man Gaming. So I've only actually been at Green Man Gaming for 3 weeks now. So if you do have any questions, just go easy on me. I don't have all the stats. But yeah, that's a little bit about me. So next I've got a little 30-second sizzle reel just to kind of give you a bit of an intro to who Green Man Gaming are, and then I can sort of deep dive into a bit more about what we do. That should have sound. I'll let it play. I promise it's got a cool soundtrack, but maybe I'll send it to you guys at another point. I could do a little theme tune now if I wanted to, but I might avoid that. Right. Okay, so for those of you who are unaware, Green Man Gaming is an e-commerce and technology business, and we sort of specialise in the video game industry. So it was founded by Paul Sullock back in 2010. And we're actually made up of sort of 3 main divisions. So we have publishing. So this is the department that I work in. And what we do is we work with independent studios. So this is like globally. And what we do is effectively sort of bring their games to the masses. So what we do is we help them with their marketing, with their PR. We also help them with social, community. We also work with sort of various influencers as well, and also within trade marketing as well. We then have our retailer side. So this is essentially our sort of our bread and butter. We work with, we're in 195 different countries, and we stock sort of various different games. There's about sort of 10,000 multi-platform games at really competitive prices. So definitely worth checking out if you're not aware of them. If you're not aware of us, sorry. And then we also have the distribution side as well. So what we do is we act as a third-party distributor with studios, and what we do is we help promote their games on behalf of them. So we work with 150 different retailers across all major territories. So anyway, that's a bit about us. But what I wanted to do is talk to you more about sort of the publishing side and sort of how we can help as well. So, some of you might be sitting in the audience. You might be working for a small indie, or you might be an individual yourself, and you might be creating your own game. So, with that, there are certain things that you would need to account for if you haven't done so already. So it's all about sort of getting your house in order. And kind of what I mean by that, it's having a plan. So you have to look at, what sort of game are you building here? How long do you think it will take you to sort of finish that game? Is it 6 months? Is it 12 months? Is it 2 years? What are those milestones, that you would need to sort of finish that game? Also, how will you fund your company? How will you pay for your staff? How will you pay for the equipment? How will you run the company? If you have an office space. And then that kind of goes on to talk about the development side as well. How we pay for the studio, the tech, all the equipment that you think that you would need to sort of build that game. And then, you might have created this amazing sort of passion project of yours that you've been thinking about for years. But then, that's all sort of the fun part. But then, how do you then reach that audience that you're trying to market to? How do you sort of sell into that audience? And then from that, you look at the distribution side. So, how do you make sure you've got the max amount of eyeballs, people that are viewing your game, that you want maximum support from them? How do you make sure that it's listed perfectly and, easily downloadable? And then finally, you look at, so what is the future of your company or the studio? Are you looking at a V2 within sort of 12 months from then? Are you looking at certain DLC? Are you looking to build an MTX model? Because, with every start, there's an end. So you'd always have to sort of build some sort of contingency plan to make sure that you sort of support the rest of the company's future. So that's kind of like where sort of my team come in and where we can sort of help. So from the publishing side, we help from funding. So we help with the development, the support, the distribution as well, which I just sort of spoke about, but also everything to do with marketing. So all the different strands, all different disciplines within marketing. So PR, influencers, trade, etc. And then we look at partnerships as well. So the partners that we work with, obviously first party, so like PlayStation and Xbox, but also third parties as well. So this could be hardware brands like, I don't know, HyperX or Logitech, just to kind of give you some examples. And then what we do is we help at sort of different stages. So if you look at the pre-launch phase, so like I said, we help with the funding, the localization, but also the Q&A, really helping with the awareness and then executing on that as well from a PR and marketing community point of view. And then when we're into our launch phase as well, that's kind of where we really help within retail distribution management. We look at the placement and the listings. We help with the pre-orders, so it's really important that there are a decent amount of pre-orders or the wish lists are there as well, but also the pricing model as well. Are you pricing yourselves too highly, or are you sort of undercutting yourself? And then also helping with sort of trade marketing and affiliates and social media as well. And then when you get to your sort of the post-launch phase, it's all about sort of retail channel management planning. And also promotional sales as well. So there are various sales that happen throughout the year. Which sales you want to be a part of, which ones don't you want to be? How do you price yourself so that you're competitive as well? But I think anecdotally, a publisher, for a publisher, it's okay that you want some of this, but you might not need all of it. But I think one thing to sort of take away from this is that third-party distribution is really key here. So, you might have your game on Steam and it might be doing really well, but third-party distribution can really add sort of 20 to 30% incremental sales to your current sell-through. So just something for you to be aware of. And that's kind of everything from me. So I'm happy to take any questions. If not, hit me at the bar. I will be wearing some sort of tag, but yeah, or feel free to email me. Thank you.
Right, cool. So this is my games industry networking talk, 10 tips in 10 minutes. It's just a quick intro into who I am and why I think you should listen to me right now. So I'm Derek, an executive assistant at Radical Forge. I've been there now officially for just over 2 years, but I've been in and out of the industry for the past 5. My role at Rad has me doing something completely different every day, but there's always a communication component to that, which makes me quite lucky, as that's what I'm most passionate about. Before moving into the game industry, though, I spent about 15 years working a mix of retail and customer service roles, and there was always a kind of customer-facing component there. So as you can imagine, I spent a lot of time talking to people. So hopefully, over that past 5 years in the games industry and that time in retail and hospitality, I should have at least 10 tips I can share with you today, and at least one of them should be able to help. Sure, we can all remember our first ever game industry event that we went to. I'm going to let you know about mine. So I was in uni, it's my second year. As I'm walking across campus, Bruce, our CEO, he just grabs me and he goes, "What are you up to this week?" And I'm like, "I've got this hand in, I've got that deadline." He goes, "Cool. Have you got a passport?" I answered yes. And then 24 hours later, I was on a plane to Cologne to go to Gamescom, which was my first ever proper foray into the games industry. And from there, I was truly hooked. I absolutely loved it. And this speech was definitely came because of that. So I'm going to talk about what you can do before an event to prep yourself. So first of all, work out for yourself why you are going to this event. This will help you work out what information you should have ready. Are you looking for your first role in the games industry? You should have your portfolio ready to show. And it's great if you can get hold of a tablet. Don't worry, just crack your phone out. It's just as good. Are you pitching your next game? you want to make sure you got an exciting elevator pitch. I know a couple of guys have already expressed that already. And make sure you got all your documents kind of like ready there to go through if it's appropriate to do so. Are you looking for co-dev work? You should know the availability of the team and the kind of games that you want to work on. So, prep work. The more information you work out before your networking event, the easier it's going to be. It'll give you more time to focus on finding new connections. So try to organize to meet as many of your contacts before the meeting, before the actual industry event. Go for food, go for drinks, go do an office visit. This is, if you're lucky, you're going to turn up to the event and 90% of your job's already done. Rolodex check. Building on from tip 2, prep work, check your Rolodex of contacts before heading to an event. Have a look, check to see if any of the companies your contacts have worked for, see if they've released a game, if they've won any awards, if they've had any of their staff members have done a talk. These are all awesome starting points for a conversation with that person. And if you're lucky enough to know who's going to an event, you've done some research there, it's even better to do that for contacts you've not even met yet. So number 4, find a mentor. This one for me has been the most helpful by miles. Find someone who's willing to be your mentor is indispensable. This is just important for those of us with the biz dev component as our role, as it is a CEO, an artist, or a designer. I would not be here today without that guidance and, more importantly, the support I've been given for that. They've introduced me to their networks, they've supported me, and they've offered a safe space to talk both during events and afterwards as well. Cool. So now you're at the event. Use networking events to set up meetings at a later date. If you're pitching a game with a playable demo or a pitch deck, you will find that a lot of networking events are not the best place to crack out your big gaming ready laptop and start playing a build. Also as well, if you've traveled quite far, we've got guys down here from Scotland and all the way from London, you don't want to be lugging that kit around with you everywhere. Also, always have your elevator pitch ready to run there and then, but it's always good to crack open your calendar and get a call set up to show whoever you're talking to everything you've just got them excited about. 6, don't start a conversation with work-related info. Launching straight into your pitch, regardless of if that pitch is for yourself or a product you're promoting, that's always going to turn someone off. If you're struggling to start with the basics, we're all human. Start with, how are you doing? Did you have to travel far to get here? My favorite, have you been to this event before? This will let you know what headspace the person is in that you're talking to, and asking someone if they've been to an event before will normally prompt them to talk about themselves a bit and give you an idea of who you're actually talking to. You can also start or continue a conversation with games-related topics. As most people here, I can imagine, we enjoy talking about games. You can pick topics up from IGN, Kotaku, Polygon, GameIndustry.biz. Picked up just a couple of examples beforehand while I was having a cheeky Nando's with Ryan before this. Like, have you seen the new Apple Vision Pro goggles then? I wonder if they've got Doom 1993 to run on them yet. Have you had time to play Tears of the Kingdom yet? And if so, what's the most ridiculous thing that you've built yet? I know what we're all thinking, let's not mention it. 7, ask the person you're talking to all of the questions you want them to ask you. People love talking about themselves, so it's a really good way to warm someone up to talk about work. People will also mirror the energy you give off at the start of a conversation. So if you go in open, relaxed, and you're asking who they are, what they do, why they're here, you're more likely to get that interest back. And then you can start asking the questions that you want them to then reciprocate back to you afterwards. 8, share the love. Don't be a connection hoarder. If you're working for a VR-heavy studio, let's say does a lot of tech artwork, and you end up talking to a studio that does 2D pixel art roguelikes, and keep that in mind while you're at the event. You may talk to a publisher later on that's looking for exactly that. Connect them up. Both of those contacts now will remember you forever, and you never know who they're going to talk to you about. 9, don't drink too much. The free bar is not an excuse to get tanked. This tip sounds really obvious, but It's common for there to be a free bar in the games industry, and we have a lot of people that this will be their first experience with one. So on that note, if you see someone and they're struggling a bit, remind them to grab a glass of water between drinks. It's going to make a huge difference to their night. Bonus tip, if you're organizing any meetings for an event the next day, especially those multi-day ones, don't put them in for 9 a.m. the next day. It's going to be rough. And last but not least, talk to students and people who are new to the industry. It's time to give back. Being a director, part of the C-suite, any form of management is incredibly taxing. You've probably done a day's work before you get to the event anyway. But it's still important to take that time out, listen to those who don't have that experience or foothold yet, and not brush them off. They will be the ones running the industry next, and you never know whose career you're going to make or break by doing that. All right, that's me. Thank you very much for listening. I really appreciate that. If you'd like me to go into more detail into any of those tips, or you want to ask and see if there's anything I've not mentioned now, feel free to give me a shout or give me a message on LinkedIn. All right, thank you for your time, everyone.
Okay, folks, if you grab your seats, we're about to start again.
Hello. Hello. It's time to. That was a bit like bingo caller, wasn't it? Hey, it's time to take your seats for free money. Sit down if you get free money. No, that didn't work. Stuart's been on already. Okay, is everyone settled down? Everyone settled in? So cool. So some good conversations going on there. Hopefully you're meeting new people, talking the positive stuff up, because that's what we want. We've got some good talks still to come tonight. Some really good stuff coming from the likes of he says, and workshop. Very good. We've got deck workshop coming as well. No, we haven't. All right. So, okay, let's get on with it. So first we're going to have, first up is Neil from one of our esteemed sponsors, Escape Technologies. So Neil is going to tell you all about the wonderful stuff that Escape do for the games industry. So let's hear it for Neil.
Thank you very much. Nice t-shirt. I haven't had one of those for a while. Thank you. It's so good to see everyone here today. Well, lots of regular faces, I say, and most of you know me, so this is going to be a lot easier. For those who don't know me, I'm Neil Palmer from Escape Technology. We're a technology partner for a lot of those tech products that you use out in industry. So when it comes down to licensing and consulting and all that kind of stuff, that's what we do. The difference here is key. We're pretty much all ex-industry, so we want to talk about art. We can talk about art all day. We want to talk about color. We'll talk about color all day. Not me though. So the business itself was formed back, 2010 with Escape Studios. That was a school put together to basically get people out, fully trained up commercially out to the film world. That continued, and the business was then split into two because the technology arm started growing. Lots of our customers at the time were saying, hey guys, you always constantly talking about training and how we should be doing this and all that kind of stuff, pipelines, workflows. How about you talked about our infrastructure? Because you keep telling us artists can break anything. That's a fact. So we did. So Escape Technology was formed, and the studios were sold off. We're part of a very large group now. In fact, we're American owned, so yeah, it's very different. For those who don't know Escape in terms of like you haven't dealt with us, etc., I've got a short video to show you. That's Escape Technology. I've still got 10 minutes left. It's amazing. Time's not moved. Also, I want to just say it's absolutely been super proud to be supporting an event like this. It's absolutely imperative that we and the business do this. It's part of being the community. This is my second family, although my wife will say it's my first. She's probably right. It's an absolute honor to be here today and to be at some of these events that take place. It is about the North. I've been saying this for years. It's not just about the South. We are growing constantly as an industry. and we will absolutely be, the epicenter. In fact, we have been for a long time, but we're back now on the scene, and we are constantly growing. This year has been an exciting year, without a shadow of a doubt. I've been speaking to so many studios, and despite what you heard last year, I'm not going to say it, don't panic. It's changed. We have changed the way we started to work now. But what's really important out there is that the studios that I've been speaking to are rapidly growing as well. There's some amazing talent that's out there being snapped up quickly as well. So despite what you hear in the industry, this year is going to be a great year, and going forward into 2025, without a shadow of a doubt, it's going to be a big boom. Thank you.
Superb. And Neil's around. John's around as well from Escape. So John's at the bar as usual. So thank you for that. It was superb. So next we have Lauren. Lauren is from Square Enix. I think they're a startup based out of Bollington, I believe, something like that. So small company hoping to make a dent in the games industry. So good luck. And I joke, of course. Lauren doesn't work at IKEA. She is a producer. Saw Lauren do this talk this time last year. You did this talk. I think. Oh, it was a different talk. I was going to say that one was really good. Okay. So this one is going to be superb. It's a blockbuster, I am sure. So a big hand, please, for Lauren Hunter.
Perfect, thank you. Yeah, sorry, this one's also a little dry. The talk from last time was baked up a bit, but I will do my best. If I can't make it interesting, I'll try and make it brief. This is a bit of a clickbait title. This is obviously not an indie dev survival guide, just a little bit of shared knowledge from our team to your teams to hopefully make communications easier. So, oh, I've got a clicker actually, let's go. Here we go. Who am I? So I'm Lauren. I'm a producer. I started in the games industry in 2016 at an indie dev studio, and now I work at Square Enix on the indie publishing team. I've been there since 2019, working with teams all over the world, and it's been amazing. I love working with us. So, and what is Square Enix Collective? Well, it's the indie publishing label of Square Enix. We started originally as a platform in, I think, around 2016 to harness the support of the Square Enix community to become a fully fledged publishing label like we are today. Everything in Josh's talk, we do that. It's the same thing. You don't need to hear any more about that from me because he put it so eloquently. And yeah. About this talk. So I do have a couple of caveats before I get into the meat of it, just to set your expectations in a way. So this is just a perspective for how my team works, the Square Enix Collective within Square Enix, but also a little bit of our experience talking and working with other publishers. Obviously, everyone on our team has their own personal history, where they've come from, what they've learned at different places, and we try to bring all that together and learn from that and make things better for the teams we work with. There are other options for funding your game or funding your studio. So this is not the only path to releasing your game or getting your game investment. And you might not even actually need development funding for your game. You might just need release management support, marketing. Hopefully something in here will also be helpful to those of you who are looking for that. Really, the key goal of this is to get you to understand what your team needs to get your game out the door. So really take a look inside, find out what you need to find success, and then help you find a partner who can stay with you through the course of that. And also how may pitch today. There are so many resources available online, and so many people are actively giving talks about that, and also talks online as well. So there are numerous resources. I am happy to point you in the direction of some, but I will not be telling you how to make a pitch deck or how to pitch to a publisher today. So in the beginning, you'll need to find a publisher, and where can you find one if you're looking for one? So pitching events, both online and in person. There are global pitching events. There are also region-specific ones. You know, Gamescom being one, Develop, GDC, all over, especially online as well. There are also digital platforms that can connect developers of all different sizes with publishers globally. An example of that is a meet to match platform, usually tied to an event that you can do online or in person, or platforms like Xsolla, which is more of a curated collection of developers and publishers where Xsolla will try to match you with an appropriate partner. You could also work with an agency or a specific agent. What they'll do is shop your pitch around for you. They'll use their network of contacts and they'll champion your game personally to get it in front of people who might want to invest in it. You could also find a publisher with word of mouth. It's simple but effective, utilizing social media, places like the games industry Slack, women in games events, things like that. The unfortunate reality is we do need to acknowledge in the games industry, nepotism is alive and well. Some people will have these conversations far more naturally than others. So I would absolutely encourage you to make use of events like Games Talk Live to, you know, widen your network and get in touch with people who are looking for the same things as you. Give each other recommendations back and forth, things like that. Spoilers. Why want to go back? Oh my god. Sorry. I'm like, boom. Oh no, it's going to go forward again. I think that's it. Okay, so the pitching process. How to make the most of the pitching process to find a partner that's right for you. What you want to do in the initial phase is be asking the details of what that publisher's process is, if it hasn't already been made apparent to you. Who will be looking at your pitch internally? What metrics are they using to evaluate that pitch? And how long does this process take? If you know the timeline that each of the partners you're talking to is working towards, then you'll be able to set expectations with all of them about what decision you're going to be making and when you might expect to be able to make that decision, which helps them as well. Can your potential partner actually offer you the support you need, not only to get past the finish line of development, but support you in having your title succeed in the long term? People from the company will actually be looking at your game, and who will be working on it on their side, and what exactly do they plan to recoup on in terms of costs? These are all difficult, awkward questions to ask, especially when money is involved, but unfortunately, it is your business, and it is your business to make it your business. So ask difficult questions, find out about recoup, and share what they take on as publishers' cost. And it's also a good idea to like ask them what they have worked on in the past that might be similar to yours. That could help too. Let's scroll down. Oh, there we go. Okay. What you want to do also is make sure you understand the next steps. So do they need more information from you in order to move forward with their evaluation? And what is it that you need to proceed to compare their offering to other offers you might have? As I've mentioned in the previous talks that I did about working with publishers, there is a lot of legwork and a lot of work to be done to get the game to market that is not making the game. So don't underestimate this and try and set expectations for yourself and for everyone and other parties, and you know, it'll be a lot easier for you. And the fourth main point I'd like to cover about pitching is, it should go without saying, but I've actually seen it a couple of times myself now, so I'd like to impress it on you all, is without any kind of legal agreement, please do not make any financial plans or commitments. Even the best intentions can suffer as a consequence of circumstances, especially things outside of your control, sometimes outside of the control of the people that you're working with who are part of a larger publisher. This might also be a good time to mention that having some sort of legal counsel can be helpful in these situations. So the main point here is to give you an insight about what it is that publishers are looking at outside of the game that you're actually pitching. So I'm going to go ahead and assume the game that you're pitching is good, because in my personal experience, every team that comes to a meeting with me has a good game. I've never been pitched a game that I don't think is good. But there are other ways which we evaluate titles that we need to move forward with that are not just about the game and whether it's good or not. So one of those things is market opportunity. Is it going to stand out to players if it's occupying a popular and well-served genre? But in the other point, if it's an off-the-wall in a one-of-a-kind game, is it going to connect to players? And what is it that is going to encourage those players to click on that thumbnail on the storefront? What is the market opportunity in general here? Using market intelligence and data available, a publisher will try to identify where your game will fit, not just in the calendar, but in the whole catalog of games out there on Steam or any platform. risk. How big is the risk versus the potential reward? This is a really big thing for publishers these days specifically. Is it a large investment in a game that might net a very large reward in the long term? Or is it a smaller investment and therefore less risky, but it might not be likely to do anything more than break even? Every publisher has a different metric for what they're looking for and the risk that they're willing to assume. And it isn't different appetites basically for risk. Whether your game lands in one camp or the other could be the difference between a good fit and a bad fit with any given potential partner. Oh my God, okay. So budget. Publishers and investors have different budget expectations. Not only the development budget you're asking for to finish the game, but also additional costs. Publisher costs to get the game out the door, marketing, QA, localization, possibly porting. These can drastically change the risk and opportunity for the publishing partner. Some titles might have a super low development budget due to the size of the team or the location being a cheaper one to produce a game in, but the QA costs could make it soar, or for example, a simple game with a high word count could make localization costs soar, which tips the scales. And lastly, at some point in the signing process, the publisher might go through a due diligence phase with you, which is something of an audit. The process is meant to closely capture details of a development plan in order to reduce the risk and make sure everything is in place there. The bigger picture here is outside of the circumstances of your specific game, your team, your plan, and what you need to succeed, it is true that there will always be factors outside of your control that could affect the outcome of any given discussion. Does your title fit into the publisher's back catalog? Some teams curate a specific type of game. It makes sense for them and for you to go with a partnership that can make the most of those experiences. The genre and player access. Then they know that if they go to this publisher, they're going to get a game they like that's going to meet their expectations. The team might have a specific roadmap of internal goals they're trying to reach within the business. So for example, needing a title to release a certain financial window or wanting to sign a game that has a long post-launch phase. Things are also, I hate to say it, less certain than ever in the AAA segment of the industry. It does have a knock-on effect for indie devs and publishing teams. There might be an absence of opportunities due to recent structural changes, and a potential partner might have less opportunities on the table for you, or you might be up against more competition because of the lack of opportunities widely available. In general, there is an aversion to risk, like I mentioned before, and the appetite for assuming risk is reduced, and data is being used more than ever to support business cases for potential titles in an effort to try and be as sure about things as possible. To sum it up, thank you. No, to sum it up, I swear that I'll be really, really quick. When you're entering discussions and negotiations with potential partners, you want to fully understand what resources your game needs to become a reality and what you as a studio need to thrive. Do not be afraid to push back and negotiate. Both parties have the same goal to create a successful game and have a successful launch. And you should listen to your gut instincts as well and push for what is important for you. Make no financial commitments without confirmation in writing, and there sometimes will be factors outside of your control that you cannot change that change how your title is perceived. That's okay, just move on. Listen to your peers across the industry, take in the news, use as much available information as you can to support your decisions, utilize mentorships, startup cohorts, and paid advisors can also be helping in there somewhere. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lauren. I feel terrible shoving people off when they're giving such valuable information and tips for us, so that's superb. So our next speaker is Owen Trent from a company called Poncle, although when I was putting in notes, it kept saying Pinkleen. It's not Pinkleen, stupid. I remember being at a small indie publisher a few years ago, and this game came in, and kind of people were looking at it, going, look at it. We kind of analyze the game. We went through that process that Josh talked about before. I'm going, yeah, but it looks like it's done on a Spectrum or something. And what is this game? And there was a couple of people in the office going, I don't know, but I can't stop playing it. That game was Poncle's finest hour, only so far. And so here's Owen Trent to talk to us about it. So a big hand for Owen.
Oh, amazing. Hi, hello. Just want to preface this. This is my first time talking in person in front of a group of people, so I am quite nervous, and I apologize in advance for, speaking a bit too quickly, doing weird things with my arms, and moving about in, weird, erratic ways. Yes, hi, I'm Owen Trett. I am the video editor at Punkle, the creators of Vampire Survivors. This is my talk on making trailers for Vampire Survivors. Or, as I'd like to explain it more, making trailers for a game that has already an established brand presence. So, if it works, there we go. Amazing. A little bit about me. I've said my name, senior video editor at Punkle. If you don't know what Vampire Survivors is, it is a roguelite bullet hell shooter thing where basically after 10 minutes you're surrounded by hordes of enemies. The screen gets very, very busy very, very quickly. I'm also the video editor for Limit Break Mentorship, which is a mentorship program that aims to give mentorship to marginalized groups within the UK. It's very, very special. As someone who is, of course, LGBTQ+, it really means a lot to me to give support in that way through motion graphics and video content and all that amazing stuff. A bit more about me. I didn't come from a games background. I actually graduated from a television production course in Bournemouth. I joined like mid-COVID. The industry was on fire, and I managed to get a job working from home for Sumo Group as their video editor. So also doing trailers for Little Orpheus, Zul Redimensioned, Mars Rising 2. I've also done freelance stuff for Rossi's Retirement and other indie games. Amazing stuff. Currently based in Manchester, as in from a week ago, I got my keys to the place. I move in Manchester on the 29th. Very exciting stuff. Love this city. It's amazing. As you can see here, love D&D. Huge. Sorry, I love cosplay and photography. As you can use your eyes. That's me killing two birds with one stone right here. Also fan of D&D. As you can see, I'm quite nervous. Apologies. So, let's talk a bit about the kind of content that I do at Punkle for Vampire Survivors. It isn't just game trailers. I joined halfway through the company when we already had done our launch trailers, our announcement, everything had kind of already been sorted. However, we produce a bunch of free updates and DLC. So as you can see in the middle here, that's the majority of the content that we do. It's trailers for updates and DLCs. I take what essentially is a bunch of gameplay capture, and I put it in a timeline with some music underlaid, and bish bash bosh, you have a trailer. That's in the most simple terms possible. I also liaise with a bunch of other companies, such as the wonderful, spectacular Studio Yotta, which do our amazing animated trailers, like for this one, for our recent collab with Contra on Operation Guns. Also, I make memes. I love making memes. I'm a Gen Z individual who is terminally online, and I just love making content that engages in that manner. We made this a Final Fantasy VII remake trailer. Sorry, it's a remake of a trailer that came out in 1997 for no business case. We did this for no business reason. We did it because we just love Final Fantasy, and we did it on the release of the new Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, I think is the right name for it. Remake? I'm not so sure. Yeah, 63 shots, 2 minutes long. We did it for no business case, but it got us 100k views on IGN. So at the end of the day, that's good content. That's what people want to see. And I'll speak later in this talk about how important it is to create content that, at the end of the day, the audience wants to see, that you're on the same level as your audience. So, just a quick aside on tech that I use. I use a Blackmagic Video Assist. It is a amazing bit of hardware. It takes any HDMI connection from any source and records it straight to ProRes. If you're not sure what that means, it means no bit rates, no artifacting. You get what you get, which is usually really, really high file sizes. My storage drives absolutely hate me. Also, we get a bunch of debug tools, cheats. So for a game, if you've played Vampire Survivors, you know that you get to kind of the high-end gameplay at around the 15-20 minute mark. I need to get to that instantly, so I'm able to level up instantly and increase time on the click of a button, move around the map as quickly as possible. Being able to have access to these debug tools is gold dust for me as a game trailer editor. It means that I can get certain shots at a very, very quick rate. So here is, if it does it, there we go. Here is the kind of meat of my talk. Vampire Survivors is a very, very interesting company to, a very interesting game to work for and make content for. At the end of the day, it's an established game with an established brand presence, thanks to the amazing team at Future Friends and Luca Galante, who created the game. It means that I'm able to hit the ground running on pieces of content that already fits a tone that's been established, that being something that's humble and playful. At the end of the day, we want to make content that audiences can relate to. And that means that, you know, we're making memes, we're making content that is somewhat self-deprecating at times, because at the end of the day, we want to have that honesty and transparency with our audience. Also, Vampire Survivors is a game with very, very simple core mechanics. As a game trailer editor, you need to translate and almost showcase a game hook as quickly as possible, because that's what people want to see. Within that 5 seconds of a trailer, you need to know what the game is, how you play it, and anything else is a bonus. Vampire Survivors, you go into the game, you know what it is instantly. You shoot automatically. You hit enemies as they come towards you. This means that there's a lot of room for experimentation. At the end of the day, I'm adding hooks to trailers to build engagement for each update. People know what Vampire Survivors is, but they don't know what we're adding with this update. So at the end of the day, we're making content that really revels in this. It takes, what, I'd say 2 shots to establish what Vampire Survivors is. Anything else within that 60-second timestamp, we can have fun with. I've made trailers that talk about, you know, quadruple A game mechanics and, well, as you can see here, using people's feet as a controller. And as you'll see in a second, how I managed to add the quote, "The garlic looks like balls," onto official PlayStation channels. The main thing I want to, I guess, establish within this talk, and especially for the marketing of the Vampire Survivors, is be on the same level as your audience. At the end of the day, you know, if you're marketing for, let's say, people like myself, Gen Z, if we see something that's anything corporate or has gone through multiple script changes, we're going to turn off. It's something that interests us. And at the end of the day, if I make something that I want to see, I know for a fact that other audiences are going to love that bit of content. And usually that means being open to memes, being open to humor, and just having fun with it. Because at the end of the day, we work in the games industry. Games are supposed to be fun. And, you know, we need to So, without further ado, I'm going to show you one of the trailers we make that showcase this information clearly. We needed to show the game to a new audience, and to do that, I took all of the most unhinged and funny reviews that we had of the game and put it all into one trailer that we showcased in the III initiative. Oh, is it going to play? Give me a sec. Wow. Thanks, Lucy. Appreciate it. Is that playing or?
E12.
There we go. Wonderful.
Vampire Survivors on PlayStation.
Vampire Survivors is coming to PlayStation! The game people have described as the most fun I've ever had with one hand! You can play as a dog! There are no vampires in this game! You'll get the right build and just delete a whole screen of enemies! The garlic looks like balls! Vampire Survivors is coming to PlayStation.
That is on official PlayStation channels. We have no idea how we managed to get that quote on PlayStation channels. They're usually it's a lot more of a difficult process to be at all tongue-in-cheek for those official channels. But yeah, I hope that you were able to kind of learn a thing or two about just having fun with it, with marketing content, especially for games that have already an established brand presence. Wouldn't recommend doing this for your launch beats or your announce beats, but yeah, hopefully you can learn a thing or two about, you know, what it's like to work for a company where content is already there. You can have fun with it. I'm repeating myself. Thank you for coming along. Really appreciate it.
Superb. Thank you very much. That was excellent stuff. Brilliant video at the end. Okay, so we're going to have a break now and pick up again at 7. Do you want to do that? Okay. Okay, so so we're going to stop till 7:30. There's food. If you've got food written on your taglet, the new word the kids are using, you can have access to the food. There's food for sale as well upstairs. Is that right? We don't know. We're in Manchester. There's food everywhere, so don't worry. So we'll be back at 7:30, and with loads more great talks. So thank you.
So we're Pocket Sized Hands, formed 6.5 years ago. Some of the cool stuff that we've been working with Adult Swim on Pocket Mortys. We've done multiple projects now with Ripstone. And one of the coolest things that we worked on recently is Oddworld Soulstorm, helping them out with their port to PC and Xbox. And that all set us up to work on Clive and Wrench. And to tell you a little bit about this game, it's been in development for 11 years. It started off ages ago with one person working on it. This is the brainchild of one man. It's a solo project, and the work that he's done on it has been absolutely fantastic, getting it from where it was 11 years ago to where it is now, to a game that's, you know, almost ready for release, or it has released, but at the time almost ready for release. So like I said, it's been in development for 11 years, primarily one person working on it. I think like a few contractors at most, around 15 throughout the course of 11 years. It was in Unity 4. I didn't even know Unity 4 existed. When we first did our cold port on the project, we had like an average of 8 frames per second. I know that's not the best way of measuring optimization, but it's just an indication of where this project was. And there was no source control. An 11-year game, and we were handled a Google Drive link, you know? So how hard could that all be? But as a bit of a knowledge share, just want to talk a little about what some of our best practices that we've found. And that is, you know, our pipeline. And that starts off with just getting access to the project. Straight away, we do a cold port. That helps us try and analyze the project and get a real sense of where it is and where it is in the porting process. And then we do our internal investigations. So we do like a real deep dive into the code, a real scrutiny on it, try and figure out look at what engines are being used, what plugins are being used, how all the systems work, and just try and get that understanding so that we don't have any surprises when we go to actually do the hard work. And I will say, most important at like every stage of this, but this is definitely one of the most important bits, is our internal review. Looking at the project from a business aspect, you know, does it hit some of our strategic goals? Is it something that we have the capacity to do? And is it something that we have the technical capacity to do? Once we do that, you know, we only give ourselves around 2 weeks to do like investigations into a port. So there's going to be, with 2 weeks, there's going to be a lot of unknowns that you might not be able to touch on. So just looking at building out a risk register to try and help yourself mitigate some of those unknowns. So when it comes to doing it again, there's no surprises. We send across all our findings in an external investigations document to the client. You know, we sign contracts, and then woo, we do the easy work, right? How hard could it all be? So anyone that's done porting before, this is probably all going to be common sense. So I'm just going to run through it really quickly. You know, looking at some of the core challenges, especially in Clive and Wrench, was performance. You know, this is a game that's been in development for 11 years with no real sense of optimization or what the final platform was going to look like. We had to look at upgrading legacy systems, a lot of old legacy code, especially like, you know, things that were using the old particle shaders in particle systems in Unity that we all had to come together and solve. There was no asset management in the project. and there's no documentation. Generally, when you get a port, you might find that you're in a position where you don't actually have anything to go off of, and you just have to figure it all out yourself, which gives you a real challenge in trying to figure out how those systems are all designed. And when we took on the project, one of the biggest risks that we had was, we didn't believe that, we didn't understand. One of the risks was we didn't think we could, pardon me, I'm skipping my words. We didn't know if 60 FPS was possible based on the project. So we agreed with the publisher straight up, and we said to them, look, we'll agree on 30 FPS as a target frame. And that was accepted. So some specific things to look out for when you're doing ports in terms of project art assets, thinking about too many materials, too many polys, too many objects in a scene, draw distance could be too high, too many dynamic lights, expensive shaders. When it comes to the engine side of things, in this project specifically, there was a lot of expensive operations like GameObject.find. That was happening every tick. There was no caching of those objects as well. There was no pooling of objects. There was lots of physics on literally everything within the game. Store assets that were built in that caused specific issues as well. And because it had been developed over the course of 11 years, there was a lot of complex coupled code between every single system. Code was triggering animations was going back and triggering into different parts of the code. Trying to get an understanding of that was a real challenge. And there was a lack of prefabs. Some scenes would have prefabs, some scenes would haven't prefabs. And yeah, it was fun. And so we had this huge task ahead of us. And while our code and our art team just dived straight into the task of optimization, we got our QA on board to help out and figure out what the actual problems were. And again, one of the most important things is, if you can, get a detailed QA report at the start of the project before you jump into it, because when you finally get your QA onto the project, you'll realize that those bug lists just keep growing and growing and growing. When we did our first QA pass, before we even started working the port, we realized that there was over 700 priority 1 blockers that we needed to get fixed just to get the game to gold. So our role developed more into a co-development role. So not only were we just helping to get the game onto consoles, we were helping the original developer to get the game over the line. We looked at things like, things that can help us, just making sure you've got those platform-specific enablers in place. So things are only going to be working on PlayStation when they don't have to work on Switch. Easy wins, like reducing the draw distance. We did that ad hoc artwork where possible, and combining meshes where possible as well, which caused a memory leak that we tried to fix. And it took us a week to find out what the actual issue was. Which again, is like, there's so many slides in here that could be talks by themselves, and that is a fun talk by itself, but not a fun talk thinking about. It had no asset management, so we had to implement addressables. One thing that we find when we get ports in is that a lot of, especially indie devs, a lot of them will have LODs in place, but not many people think about shader LODs. So it's an easy win to think about that. Switching your lighting pipeline, switching your rendering pipeline from deferred to forward, and then reducing the physics time step, and as well just refactoring the code where you can as well. Some of these are easy wins, some of them are a little bit more difficult. But there's lots of places that you have to compromise and that you have to realize that might be a specific challenge. So one in this game was that the physics layers and the setup was undocumented and completely complex. And looking back at that picture, I don't know if you can see it. I still don't know what half of it does, but it's just trying to figure out what bits are okay to leave alone. We couldn't fix all the assets and models, especially in the time frame that we had. There was just so much of it, as considering this game had been in development for so long. And we couldn't refactor a lot of the game logic, specifically because a lot of the close integration with Unity. So it was just trying to compromise on what should we be focusing our quick wins and fixes on. And then again, there was no prefab setup in the game. So yeah. So going back to this 30 FPS issues, when we did our investigations, this was one of the big unknowns. And we had this agreement that 30 FPS was going to be the target. And one of the big things that the developer was really interested in was keeping the original visual style. And that looked at some of the post-processing that they had in place, and they had some of the shaders that they had in place, especially the fur shader that they had on the character was like a real big special thing to them. But of course, Twitter is fun. And when it was announced on Twitter that the game was going to be 30 FPS in the PlayStation 5, they had a lot of fun. And there's some of these here, especially the red flags one is probably my favorite. But there's a few more, and they could be a bit hurtful. So we went back to the publisher and we looked at, okay, right, how can we actually get this to hit 60 FPS? And this was like a month before it was meant to launch as well. So this was fun. So can anyone guess what we did? Like, we turned off the fur shader. And you can't tell from the far away picture, but you can see it a little bit better close up. And bingo, it was done. Right. It wasn't the main thing that we had to fix, but it was definitely one of those big technical challenges. And it comes back to that whole compromise that you have to have with the developer and trying to figure out what's important for them versus what's important for the game as well. So really quickly, reflections and some takeaways. I know that was all really quick. Identify the bottlenecks really early and find out what those quick wins are. Make some difficult decisions and compromises with the developer. Don't add any more technical debt, especially to a project that's 11 years old. It's going to get worse if you start making it worse. And I think one of the most important things, again, the last most important thing, is to manage performance and quality at each step. If you think of the end user experience and what the player is actually going to be doing, that'll help you get through TRCs a lot quicker as well. Thank you.
I'm an AI designer at People Can Fly, and I'm going to talk a little bit about AI prototyping. Don't worry, I made this very accessible, and I'm sure there are a lot of takeaways that can apply to a lot of other fields. So first of all, what do I do? Well, my role, if I had to define it very briefly, would be that I design the behavior and the abilities of non-playable characters, whether they're your friends, your enemies, neutral, whatever, and how they fit in the gameplay. I work on an upcoming AAA title. I'm in a small AI design cell of 5 people, but I also work in a much bigger AI team with like 30 people, with people making sounds, animations, programmers, VFX, whatever. We're really having a lot of fun. On the daily basis, I'd say I make 20% of my time is for GDDs. 10% of my time is, to do meetings, play tests, pitching, and then most of my time is doing prototyping, and that's what I'd love to talk to you about. What is prototyping? Very briefly, it can be in-engine or in paper, but I'm going to talk about the in-engine prototyping. It's just building the example of a mechanic to test its gameplay. I think good prototyping should be relatively fast to implement, very cheap to do, so you shouldn't be dependent on that many people, on that many different technologies, and you always have a lesson to learn from it, meaning that whether it makes it into the game or not, it's still a viable prototype. What you search in a prototype is not if it's in the final game, it's like what are the takeaways from it. Let's talk. Oh yeah, but first, before going into AI prototyping, we need to talk about AI philosophy. So rule number 1, a robot may not injure a human being. No, that's not it. So yeah, if I had to compile 3 homemade rules to make a good AI, a good NPC, it'd be, first of all, the red thing is bad, the green thing is good. So AIs are not meant to be super smart. I'd say you want to have them like 90% predictable. Obviously, you can play with this number, but it's to creating that kind of loop that the player can understand that you're going to create the fun. And it's through these 10 remaining percent of unpredictability that you're going to add the little spice, which is going to make that NPC interesting. NPCs, AIs shouldn't mirror players. What I mean by that is that they shouldn't have all the same abilities, behaviors. Obviously, I had a little star. That's obviously if they're bots in a PvP game, it doesn't apply. But usually for any other kind of game, I think that NPCs work better when they have a simple role, when it's to encourage the player to do like a certain play style or to encourage the player to do a certain action or whatever mechanic. And last but not least, sometimes people see NPCs are as a very different thing and they're unique in games. They should be treated differently. But from my point of view, when you really rationalize game design, they're just like any other system. The only difference is that they have an appearance and usually they have hands and stuff. So to me, AIs are more like a personified system. They look like they're different, but actually they're not, and they're just one other tool to make your gameplay loops. In one little sentence, I say that AI philosophy in games should be about promoting player gameplay. It's really about encouraging the player to use actions rather than making like a super smart AI that's better than everyone in the independent world. Like NPCs, for example, in a FIFA, it's not about this, superstar player that you want. It's more about that AI making that smart ball call so that you can make a long pass, and you're encouraged to do that mechanic. In Halo, for example, I know someone loves Halo here. Well, the elite is like that super strong soldier, but at the same time, you know that it's gonna roll, and so it's about predicting, anticipating that roll to, rather than shooting directly at it, throw a projectile where it's gonna roll, where it's gonna head. In Need for Speed, for example, it's always it's not always about making the fastest driver, but when you have teammates with you, sometimes they can be in front of you just so you can draft and be faster, and that's to encourage you to use that mechanic. So it's not just about making them like better than you. So now that you know a little bit more about my AI philosophy, I'd like to showcase 5 takeaways that apply to AI prototyping, and I hope you find some of these useful. First of all, you should think of them as a function. Don't focus on the character when you do the prototype of an AI. Focus on what it does, meaning it doesn't matter if the abilities or the behaviors that you're going to prototype end up on other NPCs. They might be kept for later, they might be disregarded, and that's still okay. What you need to do is to list the functions you want to prototype and questions before prototyping them. And these are the questions that you're going to answer. Does my ability do that? Yes and no. Or, you can add variations, but that's really the kind of mindset that you should head into, not trying to make like the demo of the entire character. Number 2, don't explain. First of all, you need to define the audience of your prototype, meaning to who you're going to show that recording of the prototype. And what I recommend is defining within your team, within the whole production, like your inner group and your outer group. Your inner group is basically going to be all the people you work with very closely, your manager, like a few technical stakeholders, and you're going to explain to them what you want to do, and you're going to make a few iterations. They're going to give you feedback and even suggestions, and with them you can explain everything. But that outer group, which is mainly going to be, the people that really make the final decisions, like the directors, the publisher, etc., you shouldn't really explain everything. You just have to make sure that when the recording of the prototype is good enough, understandable on its own without you speaking, you show it to them, and only then you show it. You don't need to show every single step of the prototype, because else they're going to have kind of a bias, and you don't know anymore if the prototype is understandable or not. So yeah, involve your inner group early on. It's going to be very helpful, and people are truly going to feel blessed to help you, and use that kind of show don't tell mentality for your outer group. Number 3, which is going to help the previous point, is to sign everything. I mean, add sign-in feedback everywhere. So what I recommend doing for this is to build an assets library over time. So mainly, for example, in my case, I have an assets library with VFX, SFX, animations, and I'm going to talk early with their owners, and I'm going to ask if we can have tunable parameters. It might seem costly at first, but when you have them, first of all, they're going to be more in control, and then you're going to require less of their time, and every new prototype you make is not going to need new assets. So that's really handy. And if you cannot have these assets, you can always duplicate what's existing and chop them up, slow them down, tune things. But usually having an assets library really helps. My 4th tip is to isolate, then integrate. So meaning that NPCs, obviously, they're part of a whole, but first you need to find what they bring individually to the table. Here is, like Mario, for example, in the white box. And I've always heard this legend where, they prototype they prototype the controls as good as possible in a white box where there's anything, and they wait for it to be fun on its own before putting it in the level. And you should really have the same kind of mentality where it's just your character, your playable character, and the AI, and you double check that first, and then you place that AI in a real level alone to check how it's gonna interact with the environment, and then you add other NPCs as well. And the last tip I have, which is more like the cherry on the cake, once you've done everything else, it kind of breaks all the other rules, but that's the little thing. It's to make them relatable. So once everything before has been done, add this little flavor of soul, that little pause in between their actions, that little animation when they fail and they get angry, that little voice line when they see you, because it's all gonna make them more relatable and or understandable to the audience, and that's really what's gonna make your prototype stand out. So that's pretty much it. Thank you so much, and yeah.
Thanks, Ollie. Hi, everyone. I'm Rich Dunn, the head of studio at CodeSync. Been in the industry 15 plus years at Double 11 and Utechnics a long, long time ago. I want to talk a little bit about CodeSync's values towards iterative improvement and the issues you can have on longer product life cycles, and how we can keep trying to improve. It's great to be presenting to a room full of people in the industry. But with that in mind, viewer discretion advised, there will be a reference to Jira. A little bit about CodeSync, based in the Northern Design Center over in Gateshead. And we've been making games since 2009, mostly in the VR space, but we have some traditional games too. Some of the games include, most recently, Jurassic World Aftermath. That was fun. I was the producer on that. Games like Shadowpoint, Esper the Collection. We also do publishing. So we're currently publishing a game called Replaced. You might have heard of it. It was a big thing at E3 a while ago. Very lovely pixel art game. And recently, the Last Hero of Nostalgaia. But the thing we're working on right now, that's coming out very soon, is called Astronomo, and we're super excited about it. So yeah, early access later this year. But that's not what we're here to talk about. What we're here to talk about is how, as CodeSync, we can iteratively improve and innovate. So at CodeSync, unlike many other places, I'm sure, we have a huge importance on iteratively improving not just our games, but our skill set, our staff, and the talent that we have. we're acutely aware of CodeSync, and definitely myself included, that we are never the final polished product of ourselves. There's always a long way to go, but we can get a little bit better every day. Oh dear, that's skipped a few. Oh no, it's all gone wrong. Why did it go wrong for me? Cool. So you get some issues with projects. When you're working on dead-long projects, it's tough to innovate and iterate and generally get better. Appetite for risk and innovation, that drops across the duration of a project, as made by this totally legit graph that I didn't just make, but highlights the point that early on in pre-production, the world's your oyster, you're going to do it all, and then reality hits somewhere in the middle where you're learning that actually you can't do all of that shit, or you can't do as much. And similarly, your appetite for risk will slightly decrease, particularly as certainty sets in, and then toward the end you don't really do. So you're slowing down with vast improvements. Some out of necessity, but not as much as you could be doing. Similarly, longer project can limit areas for personal development. If you're an artist or an animator or a programmer or anyone working on a project, you'll often find that you're dealing with the problems with that particular project at any given time for the duration. So if it's in a really nice stylized art style, it's doing nothing for your PBR. So this is a problem. And often projects can ring fence key team members, so that they're going to be stuck on the project until the end, so they don't get to see all the dev cycle. So with that in mind, CodeSync have introduced self-development days. Hooray, this isn't anything to take away. This is just a bit more of a case study without an ending. What is that, you say? Oh my God, it's 2 days each month where staff get to work on what they want. They can self-organize and they get stuff done. This is the team member level, the project level, and an IP generation level, which I'm very happy to go through. I'm racing through this one. Here we have oh God, that's one of our skills matrices. I'm sure some companies have this, and some companies look at that and think, oh God, but it happens to us all. When we get big enough, we need to start doing stuff like this, and this outlines how you can progress within your role at the studio. We got junior, intermediate, senior. Don't worry about the details, that's not important. But what is important is that the self-dev days give people time back in order to progress across this. So you might be stuck on a project where you're using a particular art style and you want to learn more about a PBR workflow. Well, you can create that space and you can hone your skills, because the more talented you are, the more talented we are, and we're trying to raise everything together. It's tough at the end of a day to have the motivation to do anything but sleep and maybe get a takeaway. So we create the time and the space for people to be able to use that. The project level. So it allows you to step back for just a minute and take a look throughout the entire cycle about what you're doing, how well you're doing it, what else we could be bringing, what opportunities are there that we're not exploiting, what new tech has come out that could solve some of the problems we've got. And sometimes it's just as simple as, can we make the templates for the documentation look nicer? So having those 2 days allows us to actually gain some time back. While you do lose 2 days a month on developing your project, you actually see some of that time back through some of the gains that you can get by making those projects more efficient and finding different ways to iterate and improve. And then we got IP generation. So the staff not only can start doing what they want to do, to improve their skill set, they can also just get together and make fun shit. Like, that's the most important thing about game dev, really. So, and it's not mutually exclusive. You can learn new things and build some cool things, all in the hope that we're finding just the next fun thing from CodeSync. I mentioned earlier, you can get people who will get ring fence onto projects right until the very end. They don't see this phase of game development. You don't get their fun ideas up early and see what they can build. But this way we can. So what we're doing right now with CodeSync is anybody who wants to organize themselves into a team can start building prototypes of the game idea that they've got. They can start building pitch decks for the things that they love. They're all going to get pitched to the whole company, and we're all going to vote on the one that we love the damn most. And that might just be the next big thing. So hopefully it keeps people excited and engaged, and we're making some cool shit. This isn't from Self Dev Day. This was Astronomo when that first started, and that had a really slow burn, and that's the kind of incubation that we really want to maintain for anything else. And hopefully they can start to turn out like, you know, a game that looks like this, and people like more germination, stronger results. Hopefully it's the next big thing. That's it. Thanks.
these sometimes get like confused, but I don't know. I like saying mine's is homebrew. This, or like you get demakes that are kind of bootleg homebrew things, but I'm not going to talk about them. There is a whole bunch of ways to make games for old systems these days. You can use NestMaker, GB Studio, like a whole bunch of engines and stuff. So it's easier than it ever has been. And like, if you do this stuff, please share your work in progress on forums and stuff, because then people can learn from what you've learned. Yeah, forums keep this kind of stuff alive.
Thank you for staying late and tuning in. And one thing I wanted to do, because this is going to be on the internet for the future, is to speak to people in the future and say, if you're in the future, did I buy the Vision Pro and do I like it? And how's that new Switch? It's very interesting. But a bit about me. I'm Ian. I'm our program manager. I was a freelance games journalist back in the 90s. I got scared when the dot-com bubble burst and went and got a proper job. And I'm here today to tell you to never get scared and not get a proper job. Get a real job. Has to be a real job, but don't get a proper job. I joined Double 11 in 2019. I tried to be a producer, and they were like, "You're not a producer. Tightening up the graphics on level 3 isn't a real thing, Ian, but we might need you." And so I manage our partnerships and comms. The story so far for Double 11, we've been around, like I say, about 13 years. So 2009, Lee founds a studio in his loft with some mates. He's been in the industry a long time. And then we bring some people on. Some people come, some people go. Some of them go off and start cool new things, which is really awesome. But over those years, we thought that there should be a kinder and like a nicer and better way of doing it. And that's what we've been trying to do through all of that time. And we've been trying to do that with lots of people, some of whom are in this room, which is quite exciting. Hearing Frozen Synapse being mentioned earlier on was cool. So we are predominantly a work-for-hire studio, working with all these kinds of studios. But what I'm here to talk about tonight is about partnerships and what a partnership means to us. And it's sort of baked into the origin story of the studio. Like Lee could not have stood up one day and decided to go and found his own studio on his own and just go and do stuff on his own. Like the myth of the solo dev, like well-trod tale, but in reality, it never really happens. There's always someone else around. And so for us, like, partnership is integral to the business as a work-for-hire studio. We always want to find new partners to work with and new people to work with. And when you think about it, when you're playing games, you are inherently always with others. There's always a partnership. Even if you're playing a single-player game, you are engaging in play with the people that made that. All the developers, all the designers, the programmers, audio people, like everyone who was involved in making that game and bringing it to your screen, you're kind of playing along with them. And games are filled with partnerships. Like they're also embodied, in the content themselves, like from Jak and Daxter and Bob and Bob and Mario and Luigi and Tails and Sonic and Ratchet and Clank and the Chief and Cortana, who made me cry at the end of Halo 4, and Zelda and Link and Billy and Jimmy Lee, who on reflection are a bad example here because at the end of Double Dragon, they fight to the death over a woman. That's not aged very well. So core beliefs, not to do with that. We believe as a studio, and this bleeds into like everything we do, including who we choose to partner with and how we engage as partners. We believe that work-life balance should exist. That's why Lee founded the studio. He wasn't spending enough time with his family. He sort of wanted to and felt that that was important. We'll avoid crunch. We'll try and be real and transparent about timescales with people, with partners, with people on the team, so that we can avoid kind of the hellscape nightmare that I think a lot of people have lived through. And that's not to say it's never happened, but we always try really hard to avoid it. And our plans have become longer term over time. Like we try and plan for the studio to be around for a long time. We try and talk to partners about being here 10 years from now. Like nobody knows exactly what kind of game is going to be the next big thing, but like we're trying to take decisions and plan to keep the studio and keep the wheels on and make sure that like we're financially secure and that we can afford to pay people, and there's never that kind of like junk game dev job that I think junky game dev that we talked about earlier. And that we feel like partners should be treated fairly, and that's really important. And that it's very unfortunate that having done this in Google Docs and then exporting it, the line appears to have been drawn through the word fairly there, but I promise you on my screen it was underneath. So I'm going to share some things we've learned. I've learned a new thing tonight about preparing things in PowerPoint. And this isn't a list of things that have gone perfectly. These are my observations, and you're very free to disagree with them and should. And I want to talk to people who disagree or go, that's bullshit here, or whatever. But the first thing I think that's important when you're starting a partnership is the basics, right? It's like starting with really basic things. So that's
about going into it open. So like starting with the basics makes you sound a little bit 12th Doctor, and I'm just going to lean into it. But like always try to be nice, but never fail to be kind is a really, really important thing. When you're starting a new partnership, it can be very easy to go into it and go, well, we won't talk about that now because it might upset them or whatever. And actually you're just creating problems for later. So really start really open, solve problems with data and unconditional love, and you won't go far wrong. And similarly, you need to think about your logistics. If you're a small team starting out, maybe you're all remote, maybe some of you are in a different country, you got to think about things like, where is the data going? Where is stuff being stored? If you've got someone who sometimes works from Portugal for a few months a year, are you exporting data into a country? All that sort of logistical kind of noodly detailed nuanced stuff that you only really learn by going wrong once. And that dovetails nicely into the legal stuff as well. Like, is it okay to transport stuff about? Do you need a separate network? Do you need separate machines? Do you conflict or partners that maybe other partners don't like for real reasons, or made up ones? The made up ones are much worse and harder to get past. And then make a plan. Have you got a plan? Is it a good plan? How long do you look at the plan? How often do you look at the plan? Is it over there? Is it active? Have you got risk blocks? Things like that. These are all the basics. These are table stakes. You've got to have this set, like nailed and really good. And then once you've got things like that, then you can worry about things like communication, because I love, I'm an old school Prince2 project manager, and I love processes that are like quite old fashioned for stuff. There's a really good one called 5 Whys. And as I've conducted 5 Whys processes when things have gone wrong over the years, the thing I really found most often is when something goes wrong, it's down to communication. Someone somewhere didn't know something. So make sure you set up your comms channels nice and early, and make sure they're working and they're robust, whether it's Teams or Slack or WhatsApp or whatever it is. Like, be very active and communicative, and you're going to want to talk a lot early on. Your partners also are going to be unprepared for how much you will slow them down and how much they will slow you down. And that's natural. You're starting a relationship. You don't know y'all very well yet. Like, it's good to talk and over communicate a little bit and find out what the rhythms are that they work in. Are they on a different time zone to you? All those sorts of things. And then it's also a really good idea to find out what reporting you're going to do and what they need, right? Because it's easy to just prepare a weekly report that nobody looks at, or easy to prepare like a monthly report or whatever. But find out what they actually want by talking to them and asking them what they need to see. Then you'll get it much easier for you to ask for things later, because you went to the trouble of asking them what they wanted and what they needed to see. And then this one's quite hard in a kind of post-COVID emerging economic nightmare hellscape. But if you can, meet in person as often as you can, like hang out with each other. And when you're doing that, like try and set goals for hanging out and spending time together that aren't just deliverables for the project. So don't go, right, we're all remote, we're going to get together for a week and we're going to bash out this major key deliverable that we need. Make sure you build time into that time together for things that aren't just deliverables. Like, set goals for people to work together on things that they can definitely achieve and that will make them feel good about working together. This is where like icebreaker and team building activities come from, right? It's a really good idea to do that. And then when you finish that meeting, make sure you finish by planning your next one so that you can get together again in future, because it's really helpful. And lastly, I think be opinionated about what you're doing, because you've been brought onto a project for your capability and for your knowledge. So establish some areas of ownership up front and know what's good. So if you're like, we're a technically led studio historically, so that means, you know, we'll come on with like quite a strong opinion about some of the technical aspects of the project, but maybe on the design or the art stuff, we need to listen a little bit more. And again, like if you can bring your opinion more strongly up front, you've never got that situation later on where someone goes, well, I knew it wouldn't work. It's like, well, why weren't you talking about it at the time? There's a nice way to talk about it. And cross-pollinate and understand their problems and their challenges where you can. There's a sort of business min-max kind of approach to things that tells you that like you mustn't understand the other bits. You just focus on your bit. But I think that makes things a bit soulless. If you can understand other people's problems, you can at least empathize and maybe you can help. And ask for opinions in return when you're giving yours, because then that way you're creating a nice loop between you all where everyone's free to share opinions and talk about what's going on. And I will end on the note, which is, remember that it's fun. Like, we're manufacturing fun, we're making fun. This process should be fun. If it's not fun too many days in a row, stop and make some time to talk about why it's not fun. That's not wasted time. That is the work. You know, spending time talking to each other and making things better, that is the job. There we go.
Okay, thank you. Okay, people getting very friendly in the audience. It's good. All good stuff. If any, for people who had the food here, top chicken, top vegan stuff, I'm sure, for vegans, but I really enjoyed the chicken and biscuits, which is very good. It's superb. Okay, so we're on for the next next section. We're going to have 4 speakers in this section who are all excellent. Lost it, completely lost it. Just make up your own announcement at this point. So I'm just going to jump straight into our next speaker. So, Ant Workshop. If you remember, just call back to my deck workshop gag. Pretty good. I mean, not as good as my AR Kid joke from last year, but if you weren't there, you missed it. So, so I did that. I did that joke that I'm starting an AR company in Manchester called AR Kid, and I did it at a thing in Salford Keys, and everyone applauded and said, and then came up to me afterwards going, "Oh, that's great that you're starting this new company." Shit, I'm not really starting a new company. I'm just a fool. So, but I'll tell you who isn't a fool. It's called a segue in the business. Tony from Ant Workshop. He's made the trip down from, it is Ant Workshop, isn't it? Made the trip down from the Scotland, which is a place. We're not talking about politics today, so we're all one big happy family. And has made a lot. I've known Tony for quite a number of years actually. So went to school together, raced cars, and turned out that he's quite good at making games like Dungeon Golf and the Ghost one. Sorry, it is written down here. It's called Dead End Job. Another joke in the title there. I'm going to shut up now and just bring on Tony, because Tony's got some proper good wisdom to deliver to us. So, round of applause for Tony, please.
Right. Hello. Yeah, so let's just go through. So Dead End Job, that's the name of that game. Yeah, so Ant Workshop, we're a small company based in Edinburgh. We've been going for about 9 years. We've made 3 original IPs so far: Binaries, Dead End Job, Dungeon Golf. We've done work for hire for a bunch of people. And yeah, last year we made Dungeon Golf. This is Dungeon Golf. Ooh. It's mini golf in a dungeon. You play as different fantasy characters, like Daft Frog. You hit your ball through monsters to get shots back. It's multiplayer, like 4-player local or online multiplayer. You've got all different fantasy characters. It's kind of hero-based, so each character has a couple of special moves, all this sort of stuff. It's quite pretty and cartoony and all of that sort of thing. And we got, yeah, it's got 85%. Positive on Steam, and you can't get higher than 85%. So I mean, that's pretty happy with that. And all these people quite enjoyed it. Can you see the problem with this slide? Anyone? Can anyone? I don't know how easily readable this is. 34 user reviews, 85% positive, 34 user reviews. Yeah, so people have been doing lots of talks about think positive and stuff. Fuck that. I'm going to talk about, well, actually, no, we've only got 10 minutes. In fact, I've only got 8 minutes left. So I'm going to do a quick rundown of 8 things that I got wrong when we were self-publishing Dungeon Golf last year. The Americans call it radical candor. I call it having a breakdown on stage. But hopefully by the end, we'll have a big old cry, bit of a hug, and I'll feel a bit better about myself. Number 1, the price. It costs £15 to buy Dungeon Golf. £15 isn't a lot of money, is it? £15. But like I said, it's a multiplayer game. It's best played with 3 of your friends. So actually persuading a group of people to play, like to pay 60 quid between them, that is kind of a bit of a chunk. And especially because we're an unknown developer, this is unknown IP. Really we should have kind of priced it at a much more sort of like impulse purchase, like £4, £5, something like that. Really, like something where people would be able to persuade their friends to pick it up and play it with them. Number 2, early access. Early access sounds great, doesn't it? It's like you can release a game and it's not finished yet, and you get a bit of money, and people forgive all of the bugs. And what's not to love about that? Again, we're a kind of unknown developer, and early access like really kind of like cut a lot of the legs out of our discoverability on Steam. When you're in early access and you launch into early access, you don't get onto the new and trending. Like you cannot get onto new and trending with an early access title. And also some people just don't buy early access games. So it's like, if you're a big developer and you have like a bit of a following, or like there's people are genuinely like really interested in your game and it's got a bit of like a bit of interest about it, sure, you can probably weather those storms. But for us, I think that I think that it was like a big mistake. And also it meant that when it was really clear very early on with Dungeon Golf, like in the first like week, it was like, oh shit, this hasn't worked. It's not selling. We can't afford to keep working on it. Like we can't afford the studio's burn rate to keep making this game. But we didn't want to be seen as like a sort of scummy developer that's like kind of like taking people's money and run and never finish the game. So it's like, because we want to release other games on Steam and we want to have a bit of a rep as like people that finish things. So it's like, it still meant that we basically had to like wrap up all of the sort of bits and bobs that we'd been working on into like a version 1 update and kind of put that out, even knowing within our own hearts that it was like it wasn't going to do anything at that point. We chose a really bad launch week. We picked a week and it looked fairly clear. And then as we got closer to that week, Party Animals announced that Party Animals was going to come out in that week. Party Animals had over 1 million wish lists on Steam. It was a massive, massive party game, play with your friends, all of that kind of stuff. No one really cared about Dungeon Golf. So no one would have been upset if we'd have moved our launch date, but for some reason we didn't. Go next one. Oh, spoilers. Back one. Imagine a previous slide. Hang on, can I press that? Yes. I wanted to show you this slide because that's what Google Image Search says a man being stealthy looks like. We didn't shout about Dungeon Golf nearly early enough. We had this kind of thing of like, oh, we can't put the Steam page live yet. We can't sort of start showing screenshots of it yet. We need to do more. We need to kind of polish up the art and all of that sort of stuff. If we'd have put it out earlier and like got the Steam page live earlier, we would have realized a lot earlier that our marketing just wasn't cutting through, and maybe get a little bit of a hint. It's like the audience wasn't there for it. And also like we didn't take it to a lot of like local events and kind of get a lot of hands-on playtesting with it. So it meant that we actually spent a phenomenal amount of money taking it to Gamescom. And that was kind of like the first proper full-on public all getting their hands on it thing. And it's like almost immediately we saw like loads of problems with the controls and things that people weren't understanding and that kind of thing. And we should have had a much more battle-hardened build by that point. Yeah, so we're halfway through now. How's everyone feeling? Good vibes still? Good vibes? Positive? Good. Oh, the thing's not working for me at all now. Right, I'm going to use... Nope, that's not working either. I can't... Oh, there we go. Oh. Don't use a touchscreen. It's not touchscreen. That'll be why it's not working. I didn't understand Steam events. We went into Sports Fest, which is like Steam has all these fests and that sort of stuff. We went into Sports Fest thinking this will be great. We've got a sports game. We've got a play test that's live. It'll help build up our audience and all of that kind of thing. If you're not already bringing people to Steam, Steam does not give a shit about your game, and Steam will not bring an audience to your game. You need to bring people into Steam, and then it will amplify that. And Steam doesn't treat playtests in the same way that it treats demos. Like demos have their own like kind of tabs and that sort of stuff. Playtests are in no way treated in the same way. We got 68 wish lists over the whole week of Sports Fest. I put an extra day on the beginning and the end so you can see our kind of like natural thing. 68 wish lists for all the work that we did, like we'd planned marketing beats, adding new characters, all of this kind of stuff. And yeah, we could have paid probably like 10 quid of Twitter ads and gotten the same. Speaking of wish lists, I believe wish list pseudoscience, loads of people will tell you things like, on your first week, you'll sell 20% of your, like statistically average out 20% of your wish list value. That might be true, but that's averaged out across like all genres and launch conditions and developers and all of this kind of stuff. And actually for most developers, it's a load of rubbish and you won't sell anywhere near that amount. You can also see our wish list came in like real fits and starts, which again, kind of people weren't interested in Dungeon Golf. They weren't just naturally searching for it and wish listing it organically. Simon Barron's tweet. I'll share it later on. We were blinkered by genre sales. There's some really massive selling mini golf games. These are Steam numbers. Walkabout sold way more than this on VR. What I didn't kind of realize is that actually all the big selling mini golf games, the mini golf is almost secondary to the just hanging out with your pals. Walkabout Mini Golf came out during the pandemic. It's essentially just a happy, nice room that you can be in with your friends and chat to your friends while some mini golf happens. When you actually look across like games that are focused on mini golf, they don't do anywhere near it as well. Yeah, but I've been messing about with the controller. Give us an extra minute on that, certainly. And we're on point 8 now. We've focused way too much on Dungeon Golf. Dungeon Golf took a whole team of 10 people, 2 years. So it was like our entire studio. We had to switch off doing any work for hire and that kind of stuff and turning people down whenever they came. And that meant that when we were available for work for hire, we had to really work hard to try and build up those relationships, and especially at a point in the industry right now where it's like there's lots of people kind of looking for work for hire gigs. So there we are. Yeah, that feels all right. I mean, what can you do, right? I take consolation from one of the great philosophers of our time, Bluey's mum. All you can do is kind of try and bounce back a little bit from your mistakes, learn from your mistakes, really analyze what went wrong, and that's kind of what we've done with Dungeon Golf, and it's helped inform like our next titles that we're working on and the way that we're working on them, and hopefully now it will help your next games too. And speaking of our next game,
right, okay. Right, picking ourselves up. The next two speakers, well, two of my favorite people in the whole industry, couldn't be here today, but there are two other people coming. Yes, I'm here all week. Mr. Philip Foxton is coming next from Chicken Grain Soup.
Do you want one of my cards?
Yes, please. I've had the honour of working with Phil, and he's great. I really enjoyed working with Phil. He's if Empathy isn't his middle name, it kind of should be, but it wasn't very popular back in the 50s. So, and he was always getting the dig in about my age, so, you know, do it on stage. Yes. Anyway, here's Phil. So, give it a big hand to Phil Foxton.
I'll just a little bit of interrogation. Hi everyone. I actually like this venue a bit better than last night. I can see everybody, so it's brilliant. Just a note for you, Colin. Okay, so I'm Philip Oxton, and my talk tonight, if I can get the thing to work, is called Be More Kind. How did the games industry get so negative? Everything's doing that. Right, so about me. Oh, that's how these things start and about me. So I've had 34 years working in various different IT roles across various different industries. A while ago, when I went to work with Stephen, I was the head of operations for Radical Forge. I left there in September of 2023 when that role sadly went the same way as 30,000 others have done in the last 2 years. So in January of this year, I formed, are you taking notes? Fox Chicken Grain. Yes. Okay, got it. Good, good. There's a story around why, but I've only got 8 hours and not 8 hours. Sorry, you've got 8 hours and 55 minutes of me. No, 8 minutes and 49 seconds. So I haven't got time to go through. I'll happily recount it to you at any point. Okay. And I'm a regular around video games events. If you look at me and go, I've seen you somewhere before, chances are it's been at one of these events somewhere in the north. Okay. So it sounds like song title. You're thinking, are you okay? You get some blue paper. Wow. This will look good on here, won't it? Hey, I can hear that on the camera. Excellent. Yeah, sure, of course it does. The title of the talk sounds like a song title because it is. It's a song by Frank Turner called Be More Kind. But I'll start with a disclaimer. It's not about one single person, rather it's about a whole movement. Okay. When I joined the industry in 2021, the industry was full of people helping one another and little negativity. Okay. People talked, people supported one another. However, once the redundancy started to bite, though the negativity started to once the redundancy started to bite, though, the bad blood and negativity started to come out of the woodwork. No, I'm not using correlation, confusing correlation and causation. It's just how it was. And this is all in my mind. People stopped talking, which is really, really bad. Why people stopped talking? I'll come to in a little bit. People started being less than excellent to one another. Ghosting became not only commonplace, but almost accepted practice. And this is partly explained by the fact that people who are stressed tend to lose the positive elements of their personality first. So where does that leave us now? You know, another quote in there, in the industry, people are less than excellent to one another. Thanks, Bill and Ted. Appreciate that. There's an increase in the number of people who feel like blowing out somebody else's candle will make theirs shine brighter. Strange, it doesn't. For the industry to survive, though, without ripping itself apart, there needs to be a change to the level of positivity that we have now. As the saying goes, if you want change, you need to be the agent of that change. Supporting one another right now is more important than ever. Why is it important? Because the impact on the mental health of those already struggling with redundancy and the difficulty of finding work is massive. I need to get that down to below 4 minutes. Okay. There are occasional shining lights that show the way. I'm sure that each of you in this room tonight can think of somebody that is in your life or has touched your life that has been a shining light of positivity to you. Be like them. Think what qualities you admire of them and try to be like that. Okay. There we go. So to conclude, all right, what can you do to help stem this tide? Because it's not good. There's only, if we don't do anything, it's just going to get worse and it's going to go downhill. Okay. So what can you do? Try your best not to be the spreader of negative talk. Especially don't be the person to start it. an old mentor of mine, and by old I mean a long time ago, they weren't particularly old at the time, right, would always say to me, before saying anything to somebody else, ask yourself 3 questions, right? Is it nice? Is it necessary? And is it true? And if you can't answer yes to all 3 of those questions, don't bother saying it. It's not necessary to say it. Okay? The only way we're going to get out of this with a more streamlined but stronger industry is to be, each of us, to be that person. Be the person you would want to have supporting you. There will be shit that hurts you, but try your hardest to turn that around to be a positive. And finally, be the lighthouse for those that are floundering, because you will come across people that are floundering, sadly enough. But as it says there, it's about the last line, the last section of the song. When you're out there floundering, like a lighthouse I will shine. And you should be more kind, my friends. Try to be more kind. There we go. Thank you very much for your time and your forbearance. And I did it. 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Yes.
Good work. Oh, that's quite beautiful, that. Lovely. Thanks, Phil. Thanks, Phil. That was excellent. Be kind. That's lesson for life. I'm going to learn it one day. However, next. However, Simran's next. So it's quite rare in games to come across something which is genuinely new and exciting and that makes you kind of sit up and take notice. And a few years ago, Simran did that, and it wasn't a game, it was a games adjacent thing, an event. And so Simran's here tonight to tell you where it's going next and other stuff. It's very exciting. So big hand for Simran, please.
Well, hello everyone. Thank you for joining me in the best city on the planet. And yes, I will be saying that tomorrow to the Scousers as well, just so that they don't beat me with a giant stick. Is this working? Yes. Okay, it seems to like me so far. So who am I? I'm the CEO of the Format Group, and I am basically the madman who has taken on all of the multiple divisions that you're about to see, because whilst I'm known as the events guy, we are actually a lot more than just events, which I'm going to get a little bit into soon. But everyone likes to call me the rave man, the events man, everything. But I'm going to shed a little bit more light into all the stuff that we do today. Thank you for saving me, Colin. You're always there to save me. Oh, no. I think I've fallen victim. I spoke too soon. Oh, no, wait. Okay. Who are we? Because everyone always says, well, I know what Format GG is, but what is the Format Group a little bit? Well, I'm going to explain a little bit of how this actually works in the multiple divisions of the Format Group. So a lot of you will know that we have Format GG, which is our events. We have Format Forge, which is our creative production agency, which we've won a number of awards for over the years, working with various clients across the entertainment, sports, and video game space. And then we have Format Collection, which is our products and our product line. And just because I like showing this slide off, these are just some of the awards that we've won. We actually find out if we've won one of these nominations tonight, so hopefully we might be bringing another one home for the team, but we'll see how that goes out tonight. But just to show you a little bit of the stuff that we've done, some of the credits to our name, just some of the stuff we've collected over the years in our 8 years of doing this. What started off as a group of small individuals taking on an impossible mission to try and create something new for the games industry has evolved way beyond what I had planned for it. And I do like to do this slide because everyone thinks it is just me. People like to think that I am the face of the Format Group. I wish I could take all that credit, but it's not. I do have an amazing team of people behind me. And I also get asked, how the hell do you all accomplish all this? We are mighty but powerful. And I like to use that little quote there from How to Train Your Dragon, which is, we may be small in numbers, but we stand for something greater than anything in the world can pin against us. And from the event standpoint of things, these are just some of the brands that we've worked with over the years. We've worked with something like 350 plus games industry studios, brands and studios over the years. I could take up entire slides for this bit alone, but just to give you an idea of just who we've worked with over the years, consisting of sponsors, exhibitors, multiple partners for our events. And these are some of our Format Forge clients at the moment that we've worked with over the years and that we're currently working with at the moment across of our agency side. And I'm here to talk a little bit about how we can help you with some of your projects and what it is that we can do to help service you. But this consists of event sides, this consists of trailers, production, social content, marketing services that we offer for people. You might recognize some of the brands on there that we're currently working with and have worked with in the past. Really, really excited to talk about one of these in particular next week, which I'll be revealing a little bit more detail about. And just a little bit about who we are and what it is that we actually offer. So we offer events management because we're actually psychopaths who like organizing events. Like, not a lot of people like it. I'm quite surprised at that. We offer marketing support and strategy for game studios, creative brands, and digital brands as well. Content creation. This consists of social content, trailers, all types of creative content, basically for creative projects, and paid media across social channels. A little bit about our event side. So we have two types of events that we do. We do B2B events and we do B2C events. Everyone wants me to talk about the B2C, so I'll start off with that. We are the team behind Europe's biggest games industry nightlife event, and it is basically what it says on the tin, what I wanted to build, a rave for the games industry. Imagine an expo, but basically thrown into a nightlife event, and that is what Format, the Ultimate Gaming Social, is. And we've got our B2B event, which is Reformat, which is our industry mixers, which is basically a giant piss up for the games industry. Basically, it is really cool if I do say so myself. And just a bit of the roadmap of what we've got planned for this year. So last year I fulfilled one of my ultimate aims for this business, which was to expand our events out of Manchester. Whilst I'm a proud Mancunian, probably one of the proudest that you'll ever meet, I do think that there's a lot of underrepresented cities in the north of England in particular, and I really wanted to expand our events to multiple cities. So we expanded it into Liverpool this year, and we're going there as our next event in later this September, where we'll be bringing Reformat and Format, the Ultimate Gaming Social. And I also, you can scan that QR code there if you want to get tickets. Tickets for all of them are on sale. And I did really just want to be able to put a picture of that in because I've just spent an absolute fortune on all that graffiti. So yeah. And if you're in Liverpool tomorrow, that is around the corner from where we're going to be speaking. So do feel free to just take some pictures. God, this clicker's actually loving me. It's working. This is great. Yep. Just to show you some GIFs a little bit, just kind of sums up the atmosphere of both events. As I said, two very different type of events of how we work. I feel like that kind of encapsulates them perfectly, really, what you're getting in for. But as I say, tickets are on sale now for both. Originally, Reformat was a VIP exclusive invite. We are opening up tickets for that as well now to be accessible to people. If you are interested in coming to one of our industry mixers, do let me know. And then tickets are on sale for our main B2C event as well, which has got some fantastic studio showcasing at it. And it's going to be absolutely rammed. It's going to be fantastic. But a little bit of what we're looking to speak to and who we're looking to speak to. If you are interested in getting involved in events, we're always looking for game studios and publishers that are working on exciting games. If you want to showcase games, if you're looking to scout games, if you want to get involved with speaking developers, or you just want to be able to showcase a really cool game that you're working on, we're always looking for exhibitors. We are full up for September, but we're always looking for next year because this might surprise you. I'm already planning 2026. I'm not joking. I wish I was. That's what you have to do in this game. We're always working with multiple brands, content creators, influencers, education providers, and retail product sellers. So if anyone yourselves or someone you know is interested in that stuff, get in contact with us. It's contact@format.gg. And just to talk a little bit about the other arm of our business at the moment, retail. So due to the success of the business over the last 2 years, we've been really able to tap into the retail side of it. We became the first ever games industry event to launch its own energy drink, which went on to sell 46,000 units across Europe and the US, which really allowed us to propel other arms of the business and just be able to launch our own clothing line. But we're also working with multiple brands as well to help them tap into the retail and distribution sector as well at the moment, because we're a cool company and we do pretty cool fucking shit. I'm pretty happy with that, really. Take pride in that, really. I don't even know if I'm allowed to swear. Sorry about that, Colin. Yeah. And that is pretty much a wrap. I did want to keep this kind of short and sweet, who we are, really. Didn't want to do much of a sales pitch. If you want to get involved with events, come talk to me. If you're looking to get some marketing support for your games projects, or you just want to learn a little bit how you can help, we work with brands where we've been given ridiculous, ludicrous budgets, all the way down to small indie devs who have very little budget. So we're very open to chatting with people. And if you want to have a chat with us, just let us know. And yeah, let's just see if we can make some magic happen. And that's my email address if anyone wants to get in contact with me there at the bottom. And yeah, thank you for coming to my TED Talk. I'll see you in a bit.
Excellent. Thanks, Imran. When are the vapes coming? Format vapes? Le smell the format. I don't know. I'm not French. Sorry for that casual racism. We'll just slip that from the live feed. We can do that. I think we've got a 10-second delay, so we're good. Okay. Brilliant. Thank you. So next we have Nick. Apologies, Nick. I don't know much about you. I was going to find out about you, but then I met you briefly. You seemed to go to Wigan or somewhere, and then you came back into my life. So Nick's illustrator, animator, and games designer. Woo! Please, yes. Anyway, Nick is a top man. He's founder at Badge Hammer, and he is now going to talk to. I'm not sure about what, so I'm very excited myself. So this is a good thing. So big round of applause for Nick, please.
Hi everyone, let's see if this works. Almost didn't make it tonight, so let's see how it goes. I've got a tiny card that helps me when I get stuck. So, notes are actually here. That's amazing. So tonight I'm going to tell you about my experience making games as a hobby, how I did it all wrong, and maybe how to do it right. Let's see if this works. No? Yeah. I'm Nick. I run a hobby game studio called Badger Hammer with my best friend. He's also called Nick. We do it in our spare time, and we don't make any money, and we've got no budget. But let's see. No, too many slides. But people tell us we make good games. So why are we even doing game dev in our free time? Can I do it on the screen? No. Okay. So game dev's not a hobby. Game dev's a job, right? So let's look at the definitions of job. A job's a specific task that someone does to earn money. We're definitely not earning any money, so it's a hobby, right? A hobby is something you do for fun when you're not working, but it's not really all fun. Quite a lot of it's like work. So is it a job? Let's see. Too many GIFs? Is GIFs the problem? Yeah, this was for me because I was when I started this. So there we go. Spoilers. See if we can go back. Can you up in the air? It's like a, okay. So first we need to work out how much time I've got to put into this so-called hobby. There's 168 hours in the week. Yeah, you've got your day job. Maybe. Can I do it like this? No. There we go. I'm a freelancer. Sometimes it looks like this. Sometimes it looks like this. But it works out about the same in the end. So then, okay, you've got your chores, you've got to do the dishes, you've got to take the kids to school, you've got to go and get your kid from school because your wife's missed her train like I'd have to do tonight. Then you've got your friends and family, you've got to spend times with them. And then relaxing. Maybe exercising if you can fit it in. But look, there's loads of time for your hobby right now. Great, isn't it? Like, things are amazing. Except, you forgot to sleep and eat, right? It basically boils down to that I've got like 4 hours a week to spend on my hobby. So, great. Now let's have a look at how little time we've actually got. Let's break down the things that are required for my game dev hobby and see how much fun I'm actually having doing them. And remember, a hobby is something that you do for fun when you're not working. Yeah. So having an idea, it's the best bit. it's probably the only bit that hardly anybody does for a job, right? It's like really rare that you can do that for a job. Do it all the time. It's great fun. It's a hobby. And it's, yeah. There's no clients, right? No feedback. I set the brief. It's like, it's the best job ever. I mean, hobby. So music and audio. Like, I literally do make music as a side hobby. I don't make music that I'll put in a game, but you know, it's still a hobby for someone and it's a really good fun part of the project. So still a hobby. So now we're starting to get into some gray areas for me. UI, I don't really enjoy doing UI. Like, it's at least I'm learning something when I'm doing it. And like, I actually said to Nick that in the next game we make, I just want the UI to be a single start button that you press, and then there's no more UI in the whole game. Like, let's see if that ever happens. Whoa, you've got loads of spoilers. Back. Oh no! Oh no! Keep getting back. That one, yeah. Right. Yeah, we can move on one more. So you've done it. You've finished your game. Except you're not. You're nowhere near finished. It's like something I learned early in my career was that it takes 10% of the time to get 90% of the project done. And it's nearly always true. Like in animation terms, you've done the key poses and now you've got to do all of those in betweens. Yeah, so you've got demoing. Taking it to shows and events is really expensive. You've got to pay for transport, hotels, fees. Like you have to pay to show your game at events. It costs a lot of money, but like not like a band, you have to balance it. You're not balancing it out because you're not selling merch. You haven't got a finished product yet. And everyone has a suggestion when you demo your game as well. Loads of them are valid, and you want to try them. And wait a minute, you've suddenly got hundreds of clients who are all giving you feedback, and it's great. Like the thing is, I love demoing. There's such an amazing feeling about watching people enjoy something that you've made. So it's still a hobby. Feature creep and finesse. Wouldn't it be nice if maybe it would look better? Maybe we should redo the whole game, like in a different style. I mean, you're doing it for you, and actually you've become the worst client in the world because you're a perfectionist. It's still fun, there's still experimentation, but like the hobbies are really starting to disappear at this point. Next. So things are going to get really dark from here. This is this is content. So your game is completely empty, right? You've just got a vertical slice. You haven't got any levels. You haven't got a storyline. You haven't got a script. Like everything needs to be tested for exploits. There's still bits here that can be fun, but it's really starting to look like a job. QA and bug. Work. It's a mess, and you've got to finish that mess. You've got to fix it. It's a project management. I'm pretty sure that no one here does project management for fun, right? Another one straight into the job hole. Social media. I do social media for myself, and now I have to spend a bunch of hours a week doing it for my hobby. So you need a website, a Steam page, a Discord, and you've got to nurture all of those communities, and it is such hard work, and it is a massive job. Form filling, like to get any dev kit, you have to fill in 3 days worth of forms. To get on Steam, you've just got to fill in so many forms. I'm not even kidding. It's a job, and we're still not done. You've got to deal with all of these people: agents, publishers, accountants, lawyers. Like I think that like the alarm bells have got to start ringing when you're paying an accountant and a lawyer to do your hobby, right? So yeah, you've done it. You've finally crossed the line. You finished your game. It's really done this time. Took 5 years, right? Which has only had 4 hours a week to do it, but it's done. So why are we even doing this? It's just not fun anymore. It hasn't been fun for ages. I literally spent the last year of my game dev hobby making social media posts, pitch decks, and filling in forms, and it really feels like a job. It doesn't matter. Don't worry about going back. So what we learned on this journey, and that's why I wanted to do this talk, is that all the fun stuff is weighted at the start. The boundary between the job and the hobby really blurs when it gets to the finesse and content stage, and it's just like downhill from there. It's a job, and you're doing it for free for a client. That's you in your precious free time. So there's a point where you just have to hit it on the head and say, like, I'm done, right? Next. So what I plan to do from now on is that once the fun starts to drop away, I'm going to set a realistic milestone of completeness, stop the job, free of guilt, and start something new that is actually fun. And I mean, you can always come back later, right? And you can always redesign the whole style of the game and do it again. So summing up, it's these are the things that are my takeaways. It's okay to leave something unfinished. It's okay to spend more time on the bits you enjoy and not the other way around. And it's okay for game dev to be a hobby, not a job. So thanks. This is the only serious slide I've got. If you're interested to find out what we've been making for a hobby for the last 5 years, you know how these things work. Thanks very much, everyone.
That was superb. You can do a career in like gift picking. Is that a thing? Because yeah, you tell you got time in your hands. It was superb. Gift wrangling, yeah. That's it. Forget AI shit. Get on the gifts. Yes. We'll write it for you. Superb. That. Thank you very much. It was very funny. Manchester, where we are, the home of the great city on the planet, as we know, home of democracy, vegetarianism, Vimto, and stored program computing. So it's very good. If you're interested, if you're in the games industry in Manchester, Gameopolis is a games hub. I'm just doing my own shit now. Sorry, because we can swear and everything, can't we now? Shit. So Gameopolis. So I'm a part of the Gameopolis board. Simon is around as well. Simon Smith, who I think most people in this room know. Simon is here as well. So if you don't know about Gameopolis and you're in Manchester in any way in the games industry or adjacent to the games industry, find out more from Simon. And also, if you're very close to Manchester, James is here as well from Game Republic, who holds up just do incredible work all over the north, I would say, but you know, especially in the Yorkshire arena. The arena of Yorkshire. And then while I'm plugging, on Monday, the 24th of June, Radical Forge is a company that I work for in real life. I'm launching a game for Southfield. It's out in early access. You can wishlist it for nothing, so that would help. Thank you. And play it on Monday. And I'm very excited. I'm very, very proud and honoured to be part of the team that have made it because they are just superb. Will it do well? Who knows? Because it's a game. But fingers crossed, it's early access, all of that, so that's cool. Also, thank you to the sponsors that have kept the ticket here. So Red Rover, No More Robots, Pocket-Sized Hands, who are in the room. LDR Connect, Invest Liverpool City Region, probably not in the room. Nope. Newcastle Gateshead Initiative, not in the room. Invest Northeast England. Oh, look at this, Lucy's on it tonight. She's in control. Escape Technology, we know, we've heard it, we've seen the video, we've got the t-shirt, so we love you. Lucid Link, who we might hear from in a little bit. Cerullo. Anyway, complex. Fallen Planet Studios, they're lovely guys based in Southport. Yeah, VR. Lovely chaps. Johnston Carmichael, are they solicitors? Where sharp minds meet. What do they do? Accountants, speech graphics, they do speech graphics. And Rivet Games, they're in the room. Rivet Games are in the room, yay! And thank you. So thank you to all the sponsors. So yeah, they pay for the VIP lanyard that you get, when you're in big books like I am. So we're going to have a break now of 20 minutes. 20 minutes, so I'll call you back. So remember, we've got a fantastic experience coming next, which is very interactive. And then we've got Dan Pinchbeck. Again, Dan's talk last night went down a storm, so it's going to be good. So thank you, and thank you for the last lot of speakers.
Oh, no, thanks. Right. So this talk is called Play to the Audience, Games That Sell and How to Pitch Them. And that's my name. If you have a stupid name like this, you get used to being called lots of different things. For example, Paul Kidoff, Paul Kildoff, Just Kilvus, Paul Kildoff Taylot, and my absolute personal favorite, Paul Kildruff Johnson. So my first point is, if you are making a game, don't call it some fucking stupid, elaborate thing. Please keep it concise. You would be really surprised by how many people are still making this mistake even now. Otherwise, you end up in Golf Magazine Presents 36 Great Holes starring Fred Couples territory. No one wants to be there. Couple of quick things about me before we get properly started. As was kindly mentioned, I've been an indie developer since about 2005, probably best known for this thing, and most recently doing indie publishing things with the fantastic Ground Shatter. This is Fights in Tight Spaces. And then consulting and advisory things, probably most relevant for the purposes of this talk is the work I've done with UK Games Fund. So I see a lot of pitches. I think there are some UK Games Fund alums and various people. So hello. Yes, this talk is called Play to the Audience. It's about video games. This is a video game. It is a real video game. I think it's real. We tend to think about games a bit in isolation when we're developing them, and sometimes from a publisher perspective as well. But games have to connect with an audience. That's an audience. You're an audience. You all have individual feelings and beliefs and things, unfortunately. And the games that we make and fund and publish have to actually connect with people. Some quick caveats. This isn't going to be a how to do a pitch deck thing. There's loads of resources on that. You don't need me to tell you about it, and I'm sure you're all very experienced. Also, I'm wrong a lot, so if I say things that are wrong, that's fine. Feel free to disagree with me. I like talking about this stuff. You can talk to me later. And I won't be doing technical budgeting things. This is about stuff you need to convey in a pitch, so it's stuff to bear in mind. All right. They're coming for me. Here are the important parts of a pitch for me. So the catch and hold. This is a reframe of a thing you'll hear every publisher in the world talking about, which is attention and retention. So catch, think about what is going to catch the audience's attention, what is going to perhaps interrupt them from what they're doing, what's going to make them say, what the hell is that? I have to play it. I have to find out about it. A lot of games that are pitched are boring. They don't have any striking elements to them. And it would be better if people thought more about how to directly interrupt and gain attention. And then hold is kind of the long-term version of that. How do you create persistent attention? How do you create a long-term relationship with the game? Micro macro is a kind of slight perversion of a design term. It's kind of the gameplay equivalent of that. So micro would be the moment-to-moment gameplay, maybe how the game feels in an action game, or what are the decisions you're making in a turn-based game. And then macro is the progression. What is the player doing? What is their goal? Where are they going? How does it develop over time? So you need to convey those. I'm not going to be talking about the other two much because this is a very short talk, but validation and value, that's just about how are you going to prove out your assumptions. You need to be demonstrating that in your pitching. And then dev risk is a kind of publisher calculation that will need to be made around, can your team actually deliver on it? So you need to be addressing that too. We're going to focus on the first two today. So these are the components of the catch. The premise of a game is something that used to be kind of considered to be more important. We used to talk about things like core fantasy, but I think it still matters a lot. I've used the example of Untitled Goose Game here, and the premise of that game is that you are an unruly goose. That's a valid premise. There are all sorts of things that are valid. That's an interesting thing that I want to find out more about being an unruly goose. So think about roles and what the player is going to be doing. What are they going to be embodying? Then you have the genre of the game. And genre is just a familiarity heuristic. It's just a set of conditions that people use to decide, am I already familiar with this? Do I know where this is going? Is this something I already like? And then finally, there's the aesthetic, which is a whole world of talks in itself. But from the perspective of trying to attract attention, it's just something that conveys polish and detail in the game. It doesn't have to be realistic or super elaborate, but it needs to convey that attention that you've lavished on your game. That's one of the main things it's actually communicating early on. I really like this idea of familiarity and novelty that's in this book, Hitmakers by Derek Thompson. He did some investigation into pop music, and he found that a lot of the breakout pop hits contained really specific familiar components, like a familiar rhythmic structure or familiar song structure. And then they had one weird element that was added to that. So maybe like a weird vocal sound or some weird instrumentation or something like that. So if you can show that your game has familiarity and novelty in your pitch, then that's great. Just a couple of examples of games that do that really well. These are ones we all know. Dead Cells, adding stuff to Metroidvania, really easy to take familiar cues from it, but it has this very unique art style. It has amazing progression and amazing depth. Here's a game that I think also does this really well. Yes, Your Grace. You can just see from immediately looking at a screenshot that it's got this very detailed, lavish pixel art sort of narrative world, but it's also got this management world sort of underpinning it. And that's conveyed almost instantly. You can tell everything you need to know about that from just looking at this. Genre. When you are in a genre, it's important to actually look at the games in that genre. And this is a strange thing that's come up in pitches for me a lot, where a company is sort of punting on a genre because it's popular. They're not living in it. So if you're not familiar with those games, you should be going on Steam and reading the extremely cursed Steam reviews that people leave. You should be at least watching streams, looking at how content creators are responding to those games and just delving in. You don't have to copy things. You don't have to take mechanics, but you have to have an awareness of these things because your audience does. Your audience is going to be coming out of the gate, comparing as hard as they possibly can. The first thing humans do when they see something is they compare it to something else. So if you're not already doing that and you're not ahead of that, then you might get some of those negative reviews we all love. Aesthetics, going to cover this really quickly. Obviously, the sort of holy grail of aesthetics is something that stands out or hasn't really been seen before in games, that is extremely vibrant. Like I've got Cuphead here as an example of that. But games that look like this can also do really well. This is Caves of Qud, and its aesthetic is functional. It conveys the depth of the game. So going for either something that can be aesthetic first or something that's really living in its depth can both be really valid choices. So just quickly now moving on from catching attention to holding it. I don't know how many people here have seen the Factorio trailer, Factorio's first kind of release trailer that's on Steam. It's probably the best indie game trailer ever. It starts with this little vehicle going around and some sort of jaunty music, and then very quickly that evolves into this absurd, enormous system that the players built, and eventually a rocket launches from the middle. So this is communicating early on that I'm starting with this certain type of gameplay, but I'm able to build systems and express myself. And that's what a huge amount of that audience, particularly on PC, want to do. They want to create their own systems. They want to put in a lot of detail and express themselves personally. And systems don't always have to be kind of extrinsic. They can be on the character. This is the skill tree from Path of Exile. It's a hyper elaborate version of skill trees from other games. It's one of the things they innovated on at the time, was just pushing this out as big as possible. And this allows for player creativity on the character. And that's something that we don't think about enough. When we talk about systems and building systems in games, we often think about simulations or survival games or things like that. But you can do it sort of internally. So back to that micro-macro idea I was talking about earlier, how you do that within the game. This is fights in tight spaces again. And one of the issues we had with this early on in development was that turns weren't quite interesting enough. And the reason behind that was that movement was sort of too free. So you could do a move and then move out of the way of all the enemies and then move back in and do another move. And James Parker, who's the game director and lead designer on this game, did some brilliant detailed work around getting movement into the cards and taking it away from being kind of completely freeform to make that sort of cognitive load of an individual turn much more interesting and much more challenging. You had much more kind of risk reward there. And then similarly, the macro progression of the game, how builds work, how it evolves over time. That was something where we took a lot of cues from other things in the genre. So we worked on both of those things throughout dev, and it ended up kind of working very well. So massive credit to Groundshatter on that. All right, that's basically it from me. Thank you very much for listening. I'm around later if you'd like to chat about any of this stuff. Enjoy your evening.
Better not. I'll just get my words mixed up anyway. Cool. Thank you. Nice. Cool. Okay, is everyone ready? Sit down. Bye, 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 Display. Excellent influencer agency if you need them. They're gone now though, so lost business. Come to me. Come to me if you need an influencer. I can get you a really good one. I'm taking 10% commission. They've gone. Okay, so thank you. Thanks. I know it's brilliant to see the room talking and stuff. So that's really good. Very positive. Kindness. Thanks, Phil. Okay, cool. Now we've got a treat because we've got Jay from Ping. P-I-I-N-G. Ping. I'm not gonna do more than that because this is a very demonstrative presentation. So enjoy. Here's Jay. Big round of applause, please.
Thank you. Right. Yes. Ping with 2 eyes. We're going to have that as our slogan at some point. And we a little bit different to everybody else in the room. So I feel like a bit of an imposter because I'm not actually from the games industry. Kind of grew up in the digital world. So we built sort of like lots of Flash. Remember when Flash was used to build games in the early days? We were doing all those Shockwave as well. We used to use Shockwave. Yeah, really, really old shit. So we used to do loads of stuff like that for people like BBC, Kellogg's, Coca-Cola, lots of big brands. Did lots of big sites like that. Lots of e-learning games as well with people like the BBC. And then kind of got bored with the whole digital industry because it's all very cookie cutter based. Every agency is very, very same. So wanted to do something a little bit different. Got together with some of the people and we came across this little bit of R&D thing that one of our lads was building, and we came along to an event like this, and we wanted to do a little bit of a test. Could we technically get something to work where we had a game on a screen, and people got the phones out and used the phones as a controller in the game? So we took over Blab. Anyone remember? No, you got no Blab. Blab. We took over Blab about almost 10 years ago now. Very similar crowd like this, and it was more of a technical test for us. So we wanted to do this, can we actually get the damn thing to work? We spent months on it. It was a little bit of a side hustle. We never really wanted to do anything, sort of make any money out of anything. It was just, could we do it as a technical perspective? What we didn't expect was the crowd reaction. So this is, for legal reasons, called Rebound. But basically, this is our up-to-date version of that original game, which now forms part of our suite of games that we do games for crowds. So we do everything from smaller games, 30 to 100 players. Everything we do is about in the live. So it's all at live events, not just like this, but corporate events, live events. We're at a festival next week. Can't say which one. But a big festival next week. We do about 60% of our business is in sports. So we do all of Man City's crowd gaming. We're their official crowd gaming partner. And so all of our stuff, I'm going to show you some other stuff in a minute. But basically, you'll get your phones out. I know the Wi-Fi in here is a bit shit, isn't it? So if you're... See what you can do. See what you can do. We've got 8 players on so far. Did we set it up so you could choose your team? I can't remember. Is everyone choosing the team? Right, okay. So basically, we build things so super simple. No apps to download, no accounts to set up. We wanted to remove every single possible barrier. So when you put it out in front of Barbara in accounts, she can just get it and she knows how to use it. So 20 people in. Anyone else trying to get in? Struggling with Wi-Fi? Or should we go? Let's go. We can have another go after this. Hang on. Someone trying to scan. Go on, last couple. Last few seconds. Got 28. 28, that's good. We can actually get up to 100 people in this, and the bats just get smaller and smaller. So pretty interesting. Right, 31. Let's go. We've got okay, we've got no sound on it as well. So we should have some sound coming out. Boom. There you go. So a little bit quiet in the room now. There is actually. Oh, there you go. Okay, Colin made a save on that one. You do actually get points. The more times you hit it, and you can actually get this physics on it. You can spin the ball and everything. A little bit. Oh, snuck in there. Match point. Match point. Oh, it's first two. Sorry. Top scorer over there, Team Old School. So that was one. This is another one. So as we say, everything we do. So even the games is just running a web browser. So we just make it really, really easy. So our customers can do it. Okay, this will actually be 30 players maximum in this one. Scan, get your nose. There you go, press your horns. See who's got the best horn. There you go. So we've had this one run at Silverstone for the last 3 years. We've got a British Touring Cars version, which is running all over the year as well. Formula E, right, 3 more places, 2 more places. Fantasy Filters, pick someone out there. Potty mouth. Right, 30 players in, okay. Last person standing is the winner. You can just be as bargy as you want, you know. It's more Mad Max than Max Verstappen. Oh, no, there we go. Okay, Chris has got in the middle at the top there. Bit of weaving at the back. Simon's hanging in. Oh, we've lost some out there. It's thinning the crowd down a little bit. Oh! Hugh Jadis is still in. Okay, oh no. Jeff's still in, Chris. It's I was going to say. Oh, it's like the Jordan cars in the 90s, isn't it? Right, there's one. Michael Schumacher still in it. Okay. Here we go. Come on, Jeff. It's between. Oh no. Jeff's. Oh. Actually, this is. Here we go. Here we go. You're. Oh! Chris. Where's Chris? Well done, Chris. That's what we do. It's kind of the exciting, that's actually what we didn't expect. When we did the little demo, we just got that word. It was sort of like, oh, hang on a minute, there's something here in that. People will pay money for that shit. So that's why we set up Ping, and it started out with these little suite of games, and just like you played there, we've got a range of those from smaller people. I'll do a couple of slides. I won't talk forever because playing games is the better bit. But as I mentioned, I'm on the red side of Manchester, so this is quite hard for me, but we are Man City's official crowd gaming partner. As soon as they've signed the contract, we've signed it, they need to sign it. But last year and this year coming, so they've used our games, all the women's games this last season, most of the men's games as well. And basically everything we do is just fun. So everything we do is just delivering fun to people.
And as we say, about 60% of what we do is in sports, but anywhere where there's downtime. So downtime's really boring. Brand activations, they're all sticking ads on, all logos over everything. No one's interacting with people. And we're able to capture personal data. So at the end of that, you can have a call to action. You can go through. I'm going to skip through this really quickly and show you this. It just gives you this is our little show reel. Should be doing this as a slide, really, shouldn't I? But you can see what's coming up if you need to. So these are some of the games that you've seen already. Like I say, this, it's all about those crowd reactions. We've got 13 for various different racing or rebound games. And then sort of taking it up a level, we've got our penalty shootout. So taking it up to 60,000 people in a stadium. This is us at Ajax last year. Every single person who shoots has a ball on screen. We've got a game show. Everyone's got a quiz, haven't they? We've got Ausnie's hooks around the live percent, though, really big difference, and we hold the world record. But as we say, this is what we're all about. So it's about the people. We happen to make games, but it's about that people reacting. It's about getting people jumping up and down. That's why we do what we do. But also, just from a purely commercial level, we make money out of it because that positive warm emotion means that sort of people are more likely to put their details in when asked to at the end. So sort of engagement is money, isn't it? We liken ourselves to an advertising channel. So when was the last time you heard 50,000 people cheer an advert? It never happens, but with Ping it does. But on the back of that, we get really, really high opt-in rates. So people really happy with everything. 83% clicking the call to action. That's bitter Man City fans. They click that. 65% opts into marketing. That was the cricket people at Lancashire Cricket that we did some stuff with. And yes, it's everything, as we say, everything is really browser-based, nice and simple to use. Everything can be rebranded, and it adds extra inventory for people. I'm just going to skip down to show you so this, you saw the little penalty shootout. So yeah, we could have done some averaging. We could have gone, right, everyone take your shot on the phone. We could have gone, most people have gone in the top right-hand corner, choose a thing there. But what we wanted to do was make sure everyone's represented. So in the same way that when you played the card game, you need to know where you are. You need to know you're on that screen. So with this one, everyone takes the shots. And then all of those are processed. So we can go up to 60,000 people playing this at any one time. And that's great because it just gets the audible crowd cheering, everyone jumping up and down. The other team sort of take their shot as well. And actually, when we did this at Ajax last year, two of the global directors of Adidas were in the crowd, and they got in touch with us on just purely on the emotion in the crowd, and said we want to use this at the Women's World Cup. So we did that with them last year, and we're doing the Euros, which started last Friday. So a lot of football, a lot of stuff like that. And that's it. I'm going to keep it nice and short and sweet. So thank you for playing.
Oh, superb. Oh, good. I've got nothing. Literally. That was superb. Thank you. And none of this bullshit that you don't deserve to be here and you're an imposter. You're making games. And they're good, fun games. We've all played it, and they're, so superb. So that was really good, Jay. Thank you very much. We are going to have, I've got like a little driving thing. It's quite nice. We are going to have a break now, just 10 minutes. And then we go from, games is such a vast panoply. I've said that, and I've had 2 pints, so, showing off. Because you can go from experiences like that, which are immediate and simple, to amazing, beautiful, narrative experiences, which can change people's lives. And that's where we're going next when we speak to, when Dan speaks to us from the Chinese room. So we're going to have a short break now. We're going to have 10 minutes, please. So we'll come back in 10 minutes. Quick chats, lots of chats going on, which is really good. So 10 minutes, and yeah, cheers to Jay.
Yeah, there we go. Okay, cool. Awesome. Yeah, what I'm looking at doing is kind of going out and talking about our sort of studio experience and trying to get everyone to think from a different perspective, kind of like a video game detective. It's kind of like balancing up evidence to sort of justify how you accelerate your studio, whether it's things that you want, things that you need, things you really don't want, things you super need. And that's kind of what let's talk about. Whoa, there we go. Okay, cool. Yes, so I'm human. But I started out at Abertay and just kind of came out into the sort of games industry and was currently closing up a little bit. I did some animation work and that kind of studio just kind of imploded. And then I went off and I worked at a bunch of other sort of, let's say, junky studios, because it was like, you getting paid, sometimes you don't get paid. And it was, yeah, a bit garbo. So then I started out sort of building my own sort of game studio. Here's all the problems with me. Make note. They recently changed Daddy Halo from the Lucozade bottle to Starfield. Not acceptable. Cool. Yeah. So a bit about Astro Dreamer Studio. So we've been working on, for the last 2 years, on a series of titles. So we've been working on A Bonnie Odyssey, which we've just shown off for the first time at Guerrilla Collective. Thank you. I'll stare into it. Thank you. At Guerrilla Collective. And we are also looking at taking our little weird golf game that we made in an evening, and we're sort of looking at putting that out on mobile. We've also worked on a bunch of other sort of titles with partners in Scotland, and we're looking at expanding out, but we're not so that. So yeah, today just looking at going over into why evidence is really important and how it can help studios and just make you think in a different way. So yeah, the two things you deal with as a studio is basically money. Money keeps everything afloat, but you only get money if you've got good evidence, and that's kind of how I see running the entire studio. So little curious cases that are really, okay, I'm going to work with that. So really important sort of things for our studio is getting grants, finding good teammates, helping other developers with sort of projects they have, and sort of pitching to publishers as well. So grants, it's really, really tough. And sometimes you just want to scream, show me the money. I'm worth it, trust me. And it takes so much to sort of convince people that you're trustworthy, and you have to really, really build that base. So things that are really, really helpful. So proving that you're really good at handling funds, proving that you're competent at completing projects to a good degree, and showing that you've got the experience behind to make whatever the money is being spent on. So keeping good sort of accountability and record keeping, showing the code development that you do with other clients, they're happy, they're positive, they're pleased with that. And even going to sort of scale up programs and mentorship and getting people that can try to sort of input experience and really balance out your knowledge would really, really help sell someone on the idea of, yeah, this person's worth putting grants onto. Finding good teammates, it's hard. So when you're looking for people, first thing I always look at is, what does their portfolio look like? Before I see a cover letter, before I see anything, and don't even know the name, I just look at how good is this content? And then I say, does this content match the project? Basically, what's the person's evidence for being valid as part of this project? Another really, really important thing is sort of, where is their sort of experience coming from? Studios and universities. And then finally, sort of identifying, what is your team's culture? Is this person weird enough, crazy enough, likes the same stuff as you guys? For Astro Dreamer specifically, we're a sort of very friendly university, I don't want to say Google vibe, but like the idea of what you think Google looks like, where everyone's like kumbaya, like really, really nice and fun. We've been to many, many studios where it's like a lads, ooh, kind of vibe. That's not what we do. That looks fun. We're kind of chill fun. So yeah, try to find people that can sort of come on board and be a part of that team and the right project is really, really important. So co-development. So people are going to grill you. And when we started out doing some co-development, we were just working from single person that had a few K budget. And we started, going from bit to bit and building up sort of our repertoire and our basically trustability. So when we're dealing with clients are always looking for, proving quality with other studios, proving reliability, you can get stuff done and on time. And even comes with like problem solving and making sure that when everything went to crazy, you were the one stable thing. And at the end of the day, when you have like websites and everything to do with communicating what your studio can do, making like a clear and concise message is really, really important. Okay, and pitching to publishers. We have gone through 2 processes already of pitching to publishers, so we know it's really, really tough. And I think at its core, you have to try and empathize with their side in the things that they're looking for. So seeing that an idea is unique, or is there a market out there, and are you the right team to basically do it? Again, if you can kind of get those 3 things right, and as long as you're pretty transparent about all of your processes, then it should be like pretty good.
Providing research, we use like third-party elements from the likes of Robot Teddy and Future Friends. That like marketing is there and justifying that. Well, it's not us making up the numbers and winging it. These are these people outside that's kind of proving as to why we're reliable on the data that we're providing. And even the times we're like, well, I didn't make it up. But for the most part, it's really, really helped us sort of get much further in with publishers. And I think it's something that people should utilize, even if it's paying a little bit to get some research in. They'll be like, yeah, this is someone else proving that this is worth it. And then, yeah, showing the studio skills, making demos, what's your previous projects. All of that sort of ties into being like a really solid choice for publishers. Yeah, and where to get more evidence. So Business Gateway, really, really solid for sort of startup studios and stuff. Game Scale-Up program with Creative UK and Creative England was something I was on that was really positive. Bringing on other business developers is really, really solid. But we're really fortunate in Dundee that we also have a lot of really good studios that are interested and invested in more startups. So we can help them sort of grow. And we're lucky that we kind of made it through that process. And yeah, other people will care if you're making quality content and just looking out for folk. So yeah. Yeah, and really, really, really enjoy the wins. For us, we've been rolling the last 2.5 years and just taking the note of we've been able to pay staff. There's never been any late notices. It's just been really sort of stable. Also like fun events, you know, going axe in the ring with the team, doing drunky stuff, doing stuff you shouldn't do, but we don't say on stage. Finishing co-dev work and having our name on titles is really, really important for us. And getting sort of games investment in. We just recently got the UK Games Fund for our third project that we're looking at sort of getting out there. But all of this was kind of delving back into being evidence for why your studio is reliable, and you can kind of pass that back on. So taking the wins, I always thought was like, oh, we just made it. Okay, cool. But now it's the case of, cool. That's something that I can use as evidence for we do a good job on stuff. And that's me. I have 50 seconds questions. Who wants? Oh, now that's awkward. No worries. Thanks so much, guys. I really appreciate that.
So okay, so we all know in this room, you know, I'm not preaching to the converted and changing their and how they can enhance people's lives. I've been telling my wife this for the past 27 years, and she doesn't believe me at all. Last year, she read a book called Tomorrow, Tomorrow, and Tomorrow. Good book. It's a really good book. And in the book, it's about a couple who is basically a kind of human interest story, I guess. Who's my wife, name check, and 10%. But what she came to me and she went, this book's really good. I really like it. It's very, you know, it's very emotive. And what struck her was like the descriptions of people playing games in this book and how they could, you know, how they could really affect people's lives and how invested in the games they could become. And and my wife's great. She's a typical kind of casual gamer, and that she play Wordle and stuff like that. But she hates games, she hates technology, but she's a gamer. So it was really good that she kind of recognised this in the book, even though I'd been telling her. However, it was really nice, and we could kind of talk about that. And I talked about a number of games that I'd played that had affected me, and that games give you this kind of rich tapestry of just sheer enjoyment to actually to tears and everything in between. And one of those games was everybody's gone to the Rapture, of course. And I love that game because it just sucked me in. And I'm rubbish at games. I've been in the games industry for years. I'm shit at games. But everyone could say, you're shit at games. You've not found the right game. And when I found the right game, and I found games like this, I found games like Firewatch, and just beautiful, wonderful, emotive works of art. So, where am I going with this? I'm going to introduce Dan, because some of those games that I've loved and enjoyed have been made and been influenced very, very heavily by our next speaker. So really honoured, really thankful that he's come up. No, where are you based, Dan? In Brighton, which is right on the south coast. So you couldn't have come further, really. So thank you very much for coming up and speaking to us today and giving us our keynote. So massive round of applause, please, to Dan Pynchon.
Pint theft. Can I have the 30 minutes on the clock? That'd be okay. I know, right? Diva. Firstly, before I do anything else, just want to say massive thank you to Colin, to Lucy, to Jenny, who not only put this event on and looked after everyone, they've also been driving us in a minibus between the cities. So there's a lot of stuff they're also doing you don't see. They'll get out of here after everyone else has gone, pack all this stuff up, and then tomorrow morning they'll drive in before any of us, while we're still laking around in the hotel. They'll be in here setting the next one up in Liverpool. So they've done an outstanding job. I just want to give them a big round of applause. And also to Stephen, thank you very much for hosting us. That's been really appreciated as well. Okay, right. So thank you for waiting around till the end. It means you fall into one of two camps. Either you really want to hear what I've got to say, or you've had too much to drink and you can't get up the stairs. If you're in the first group, thank you. If you're in the second group, buckle up and I won't take too long. What's been really amazing about this? So I quit the games industry last summer. And since then, I've been rediscovering myself as a novelist, which means I don't have to worry about tech anymore. I just stare in open hostility at Microsoft Word every day and sort of will words to come out. But it's been really nice spending time back in the games industry and talking to devs over the last couple of days. And one of the things that's been really great about these events is the level of honesty and openness and candor that people have brought to their talks and have brought to the conversations that are going around. And that's not to be taken for granted in any way, shape or form, because we exist in an industry which is rotten with secrecy. And I use that word very, very carefully. And I think it comes down to this identity crisis that the games industry has always had, where it's always been trying to sort of make up its mind whether it's a tech industry or a media industry. And we have this sort of very weird clash that we exist in as developers in the middle of that, where we're trying to make creative content and media, and there are these structures that are often inherited directly from stuff like software development or IT development that don't actually mesh particularly well with that process and can actually cause quite a lot of problems as you go through as well, particularly on a kind of like a human level. And that's really what I'm going to talk about today, really. I mean, there's a bit of an issue with doing this where you kind of go, okay, well, I've sort of been in the industry for 15 years. There's people in the room that have been in the industry for longer than that. There's people that have shipped more games than me. There's people that have shipped bigger, more complicated games than me. So really, what do you do as a keynote? And I think kind of what I sort of came down to was going, well, I suppose one of the things that's most kind of like useful and rewarding about these sessions when you're talking to people is when you say, yeah, that didn't go well. And they go, I did that too. And you go, oh, it's not just me. I'm not the only moron in the room. So what I'm going to try and do is give you the benefit of my moronness over the last 15 years. And things that are not just rookie errors, but stuff that I was still getting wrong, and from talking to people, even very experienced people, are still kind of getting wrong as they go through. And I'm framing that within that notion of the sort of like tech industry, media industry thing. Keep that in mind as we go through it, because it'll probably kind of country, how some of those come out of that clash as well, and how we could go forwards. And we're going to sort of start in the darkness and head towards the light, because without getting too far into it, we are at a point where 20-25% of the global workforce has just been laid off. So things might be going well for parts of the games industry. Things are not going very well for the most important part of the games industry, which are the people who actually make the games, because they're made by people, not made by algorithms and matrix and targets and all that sort of stuff. So I think it's a really important framing thing that we'll come back to at the end. But I'm going to attempt, this has apparently got new batteries, so we'll see how we go on. But what I'm going to try and do is just talk through these things. We'll get about 2 minutes per thing, and try and give you some sort of examples of how that's gone kind of badly, or things that have been learned from that as we go through. So yeah, if you recognize, if you go, I did that, feel free to cheer. Right, first one, why is more important than how? Both more important than what? We spend a lot of time talking about how in the games industry. How do we do that? How do we make that work? How do we add that thing in? How's that feature go? We don't spend anywhere near as much time asking the far more important question, is why are we doing it in the first place? And this isn't just a design question, although it's really, really critical for design as well to be going, why are we putting those things in? It's also about how we make the business decisions we make, that we're not just running by the basis that we do it because it's always been done. And 2 examples I want to give you. One's the design one, which is in about, I think, 2014, 2015, someone ported BioShock to iOS. BioShock, if anyone who knows me, I'm obsessed with first-person shooters. I've got a PhD in first-person shooters, which is proof that you can get a PhD in anything. And I live for the day when I'm in a situation where someone says, is there a doctor here? And I can go, yes, as long as you're talking about Halo. What was really good about it, though, I remember going through, and I was playing BioShock, and going, this is great. They've really brought BioShock down, one of the greatest shooters ever made. They've really brought it down to an iOS level. And I played it for a few hours before I realized they'd removed the jump function. And that made me go, why is there a jump function in BioShock? If I can play it, I know there's expectations between big screen and small screen, but why is this function massively complicated? Huge kind of design, technical load in the game system. Hadn't even noticed it had been removed in a game, which is a really interesting thing. Now, I'm not advocating that jump functions should be removed from all first-person shooters and games. Obviously, that would be perverse. But it's a really, really good example of saying we do things because they're done. We tend to repeat patterns because we see them in things and we go, well, that worked, or that existed, so I'm going to do it. And what we don't often do is go, that worked, why did it work? Do I really need to do that? And we tend to come at things from quite an additive process as opposed to subtractive, where we're really interrogating and going, in a kind of way, I really balk at the term MVP, even though I know it's really useful. I know in my heart it's really useful. I really, really hate it because it kind of feels so sort of bleh. But anyway, we have to be coming back and sort of asking those questions. It's also really, really important from a business point of view. And I'm obviously going to touch on quite a lot to do with leadership as we go through this, because I think it's quite an important one. We've made decisions in our history that I look back on, and I think we never actually asked ourselves why we were doing it. So there will be points in this talk where I go, a much smarter person than me once said to me, because I've had the fortune of working with a lot of people that are a lot smarter than me. They've had the misfortune of working with me. But one of those much smarter people is at the back there, which is Mr. Andrew Crawshaw, who many of you know. So Andrew, I worked with as he was our lead designer for quite a long time. And at one point, we decided we were going to get an office because we'd been fully remote. And then when we got the office, we decided we were going to let all our remote staff go because we just wanted to be focused in the office. And Andrew was obviously up here and we were down there. And we went for lunch and I said, look, I'm really sorry, Andrew, but we're just going to just be no more remote workers because I just want everyone in the office. And there's this sort of long pause. And then he looked at me and very kindly said, why? Why would you get rid of brilliant people just because they don't live nearby? And I went home and I spoke to Jess, who founded the company with me, who's my better half. And she went, yeah, why? And it occurred to me that in all that rush to go, what do you do? Well, you get a team together. Then what do? You get an office. And then what do? You get more team members. At no point I'd actually stopped and gone, actually, why are we doing any of those things? And there wasn't actually a really massively convincing, compelling reason. So we didn't actually go through that process, and Andrew kept working with us, which was very fortunate because he saved us in terms of making games. So why is it important as how? Don't sort of ever forget that question. If you're ever going to do anything, any decision you make, have you stopped and asked yourself why? And have you really done that? And have you got other people to ask you the why question? So you can't sell yourself. You have to actually justify it to an external person who may not be as easy to sell as you are. Point 2. Games fail all the time. Games are very, very frequently late, compromised, all the sort of things we know. And we like to talk about external delays, publishers, funders, system updates, engine updates. Engine updates are evil. What we don't often say is that a lot of games fail because the teams aren't good enough to make those games. And that's a really, really harsh truth. And that is not the fault of the team. That is the fault of studio leadership. Being too ambitious and not being brutally honest about the people that work for them. So being really, really clear, I'm not having a go at people who might not be as good at programming as other people. I'm saying that if a team leader isn't absolutely brutally honest about what the people that work for them are capable of delivering and lines them up to try and deliver a game they are not capable of making, it's not only a terrible failure of leadership, it also is a terrible failure as a human being, because you're about to line people up to try and do something they can't possibly achieve. And that's a really grotesque thing to force on someone. So it might sound really kind of narky and difficult as a statement, but it's probably one of the most important things going here. If you are running a studio going, yeah, we'll probably make it, particularly if you're staffing up very, very quickly, particularly if you're doing something as crazy as we once got caught into, where you hire people for one engine and then get told you're making the game in another engine, you cannot expect those same people to be able to hit the ground running, and it's just not fair to do it. So it's really, really one of the biggest responsibilities as a studio leader. You have that one for me. Don't let the tail wag the dog. So 2 stories here. One is, I'm not going to name names, but most, I think, unintentionally funny thing that ever happened to me in the games industry was we were working on a game and we were partway through a sprint and we were looking at a new feature, and it became really, really clear after about a week and a half's work that it just wasn't going to work. It wasn't actually a very good idea. It wasn't a very good feature. And I went to go and talk to the person who was ostensibly looking after production of the whole studio and said, we just got to can this thing. We've done it. We've done a bunch of early work. It's not going to work. Doesn't really fit it. Well, let's get rid of it. And they went, yeah, that's not the way Agile works. So systems exist. They're really, really, really important production systems, but they exist to support development. They don't exist to constrain developers and tell them they have to do things by a certain time. We've got any programmers in the room? Okay, producers? Okay, right, you're outnumbered massively on this one. This is something that a good producer will never do, but it's amazing how often it happens, and it's estimates. And usually you go around the team and artists go, yes, I can qualify exactly what this is, and this is how long it's going to take. And I've actually been in many estimate meetings where the conversation goes like this. The producer says, how long will it take to put that feature in the game? The programmer goes, and the producer says, I need a number. I've got to put it on my report. Give me a week and I'll tell you whether I can do it or not. A week then. No, I need a week to find out if I can do it. 2 weeks. I don't know if it'll take 2 weeks. I need a number. Tell you what, I'll put 2 weeks in and we can revisit it the next time round. 2 weeks later, have you finished it? No, but you said it was going to take 2 weeks. A good producer will never do that. I have heard that conversation played out many times in the last 15 years. And it's usually not the producer's fault. It's because they're under pressure from above them that spreadsheet is running game development. And if a spreadsheet is running your game development, you are, insert adequate swear word here, completely and utterly. Don't let the tail wag the dog. Equally, understand everything happens in translation. So again, going back to my legendary, well, not so legendary, love of first-person shooters, people who also know me also know that I'm completely obsessed with GSE Game World Stalker, which makes Bethesda look unbuggy when it was shipped. Stalker has so many flaws in so many ways, and it's a genuinely wonderful game. It has that thing that you just go, I love this game and I want to be in this world. There is a lesson in that. And the lesson is players are not buying a spreadsheet, they're not buying a GDD, they're not buying a technical demonstration, they're buying a world that they want to be in, or they're buying an emotional experience that they want to have over and over and over again. And it doesn't matter what genre of games you're working in, you are delivering something that has fundamentally got to make people get them in the feels, whatever that feels is. That means that it's not just about a code base, and it's certainly not just about a design implementation. It's about things like animation. A good run cycle can make the difference between a game feeling really, really good and a game feeling really, really mediocre. One of my favorite things in the entire history of games has always been in Doom 2, where you have the double-barreled shotgun, and every time you pull that trigger, your character goes, whatching, and spins the gun round on their arm and reloads it on a Winchester, and you feel like a god every time you reload the game. And it has no gameplay significance whatsoever, and it makes the game brilliant. And that's animation and audio. So you have to make sure that that buy-in is given proper time. And for me, that means getting those people involved at a prototype level. If you're prototyping features, have an animator in the room, have an audio designer in the room, not just concept art, get those people in, because it's not only that sort of thing of actually having them really invested in what you're doing early on, it's also facing the truth that unless you are a designer and a writer, I'm a designer and a writer, nobody is going to read any words you put on. They're just not. You need to visualize, you need to have audio on there, you need people to understand what it is that you're trying to communicate to the player. Not what the things you have to achieve to get you to the point where you say this is done. What's the player going to get? And you know, you can extrapolate, you can do rough things, but with that, it's really, really, really vital. And particularly for a small team, this can be very difficult because you're obviously trying to avoid that awful other thing that happens, which is when you've just got to a place where you think you're just about getting somewhere with the game, and then someone says, "Hey, let's make a demo." And at the point when your code base is at its most vulnerable and it's full of hacks and cheats and dirty bits, you throw loads of artists and animators and everything else at it, and then suddenly all those errors are in your main game. And a much smarter person than me, a technical director that I used to work with called Nick Slavin, was obsessed with tech debt, and he would just go on and on and on about this. And you'd say, "It's fine, we'll take that code out later." And he always used to say, "No, you won't. That code's never coming out." So there's two sides to that, but it's really, really important. Understand that translation, what is it that is coming out the other end of it? Very, very easy to lose sight of it when you're in development. What's the player thinking? What's the player thinking? What's the player thinking? And it's not enough to do play testing. It's not enough to do focus groups. You have to inhabit that player vision in pretty much every decision you make. And again, that's at a studio leadership level. So you're not divorced from production. You are in the game as much as every single other person that's there. Here we go. Never forget the law of escalating consequence. Everyone forgets the law of escalating consequence. Every single time you add something to a game, you're not adding to a game, you're multiplying. And the further you are in development, the higher that multiplication is. So if you are adding it in the first 2 weeks of production, your multiplier might be ×2 or ×3. If you're adding it outside alpha, your multiplier might be ×10, ×15, whatever the number is. That means if you have 3 features in your game and you add a 4th feature, you are going 3 × 4, 3 × 10, 3, whatever it is. If you've got 300 features in your game, that multiplier is going to basically see you bankrupt and out of a job very, very, very quickly, because the tech debt you accrue, because every single thing you add has to go through exactly the same route. It has to be fully tested against every other feature that exists in the game, which means the exponential consequences that kind of cascade out of that sum are absolute lunacy. So there's 2 things really in there. One is going back to point 1, absolutely fundamentally justify every single thing that's in the game, because everything you have in there is going to increase that multiplier. And then be absolutely militant that if any creative directors called Dan come to you anywhere near Alpha and go, "I've had a great idea, why don't we put this in the game?" you can throw things at them. Don't underestimate attachment. So we all know this, and I think what's interesting about this one is the phrase "kill your darlings" comes up a lot. If you are anything basically other than a junior, part of your job is killing other people's darlings, and that's a whole other ballgame. And this is where this idea of loop team and said, this is what the end of pre-production specifically means. This is what alpha specifically means, because people do have different ideas about what those things mean. One of the big differences in people who have different ideas about what those things mean is developers have a very different idea of what those things mean to publishers. They sort of should be the same thing, but they rarely actually are the same thing. Because to a publisher, what those gates mean is stuff like, when do I get a playable? When can I take this to E3 or Gamescom? That's there, and that's absolutely right. That's their job. That's what they should be looking at. That means nothing to you as a developer. Absolutely nothing. The worst, I mean, I said it elsewhere in the talk. I think the worst thing as a developer that I just used to just dread coming in was the email or the conversation or the phone call that said, you know what? I think we should produce a demo. And you just groan because you go like, well, you want to take all of the trajectory we're on, all of those resources, you want me to divert all of that to something we're going to throw away 24 hours after we put it together. It's going to disrupt development. We're going to have to throw teams who shouldn't be anywhere near the game onto the game at the wrong point in development and all those sort of things. But of course they are needed. Marketing departments need this stuff. You don't need your artists taking photographs of the game when they've got 30,000 assets to build. The marketing department need those assets to sell your game, which is how your artist will not be unemployed in 6 months' time. So it's a very, very difficult thing to do. But actually having those conversations really, really, again, really brutally, honestly, with the team, with investors, with publishers, what do you expect at this point? When do we go through that? Not letting investors, publishers allow you, as they probably will, if they're nice, to fail your own gates and go, well, I'm sure I trust you, you'll get it through. Make sure you're being held to them. If you are a small company, if you are developing your own IP, times this by about 1,000% in importance, because it will bite you if you don't do that. And on particularly early projects, or if you primarily worked on other people's projects before and it's your first original IP, that's something that can hurt you very, very badly. So be careful about it. Don't make someone else's game, they've already done that, or do make somebody else's game if your business model is to make someone else's game, which is fine. One of the things that I found really difficult, when we joined Sumo, before that we were about 15 people, and we joined Sumo and we went up to 35 people and then 120 people. And I'd always had that real sort of indie attitude in my heart of saying the best games are made by people that are absolutely passionate about making games. And then we hired someone who didn't give a monkeys about making games or the studio. They just wanted to get paid and they were brilliant at their job. And it completely blew my sort of like mind in terms of going, it shouldn't be that. You should love what you're doing and be passionate about it. I didn't care about it at all. They just happen to be very, very good at their job. So it's okay if that's your business model. If your business model is we're going to basically make games like other people, that's fine. But from this, probably, well, again, it comes back to that idea of like radical honesty of going, do you really, really know what you're doing? What is it you want to do? And if you are trying to do something which apes something other people have done, but sort of like, you know, add some more stuff to it or whatever else it is, then kind of just be aware of that. Because it's, you know, if you are basically saying we are, as a studio, in it for the money, it's effectively work for hire, even if we're making our own IP. So we are going to crib and steal and put stuff together and borrow. That's fine. Just make sure that your team culture is orientated around that. So you don't have people that are kind of expecting to have a lot of creative input who then are finding out actually that it's not going to be that creative input. It's going to be kind of producing other people's stuff. All good. Be honest about it. And that's something I think as well, which it's sort of partly not to do with this, but is to do with this, which is if you've got a team which is split between work for hire and original IP, you've created a very, very, very difficult dynamic to navigate sort of in terms of people's sense of self-esteem and stuff in the team, because everybody knows if you make an original IP, you put your very best people on it, which means the people who aren't on the original IP are going, oh, I'm not one of your very best then. So finding out ways of actually making that sort of making sure that the people who maybe aren't on the original IP still feel a sense of worth, self-esteem in terms of what they're doing. There is nothing wrong with making someone else's game, provided you know you're doing it. Similar to that, rules are made to be broken sort of some of the time. One of the things I loved most about being in the games industry was, we were talking about this actually on the minibus on the way over, was I feel like there should be this repository of all the brilliant game mechanics that ended up in quite weak games, and so as a result have never been done again, even though they're brilliant game mechanics. Anyone who knows anything about shooters or loves shooters has to play the 2006 Human Heads version of Prey, so way before it got rebooted as sort of kind of Dishonored Deus Ex kind of like thing. Packed full of unbelievably cool gameplay features, really quite a poor game. And as a result, they did Portals before Portal. They had people walking on ceilings and walls, zero gravity. They were playing scale, amazing stuff. So, understanding when it is you can kind of like get away with going, okay, so nobody else has done that. Why haven't they done it? Is it because it doesn't work, or is it because it was done once and it didn't work very well in that game, so no one ever did it again? A lot of the time when you might think you're breaking rules or doing something differently, what actually you might be doing is just getting into a space where it just didn't work out the first time around, so it kind of didn't happen again. But understanding those things is really, really important. Also, as part of that, it loops back to number one, the question of why. Again, we develop a lot out of habit. We tend to make games because that's the groove that we're in. Certain features are expected of genres, jumping in BioShock, things like that. If we're not stopping and asking them, then something that feels like you're going, well, that's quite radical, actually might not be that quite radical. It might just be something which is just sitting just adjacent to the design groove which everyone else is working in. And it doesn't mean a new feature. It doesn't mean you're doing things like massively differently. You're just picking up something which sits to the side. And when we made Dear Esther, we got a lot of like the inevitable, is it a game? Is it a game? Oh, and quite a lot of you've broken the games industry. You don't understand the fundamental thing of it, which is a real shock to me. Because when I made Dear Esther, I was like, you know, those really quiet bits in like System Shock and Dead Space, where the feedback loop drops away and there's that incredible swell of atmosphere. Dead Space 2, The Return to the Ishimura, one of the best sequences in a survival horror game ever made. I thought we were just doing that with Dear Esther. So, but we got told we were breaking rules. So be sort of aware of that sort of stuff, going, it's kind of a lot of the time, if you're asking those questions about why something is done a certain way or not done a certain way, you might find that you are breaking a rule or not breaking a rule, but it doesn't necessarily mean to say that you're doing a bad thing. You just might be doing something which just quite hasn't been done for other reasons. So sort of be aware of that, but also respect where you're coming from. Respect the fact that if you're going, why has no one done this? Do your homework and do make sure that the reason that no one's done it is actually, well, a lot of people have tried it and it's been tried, you know, it gets tried 20 times a year but in the games industry, and that feature always gets cut because it never works. So having that sort of like knowing that voice of experience in there is really, really important. Finally, this is something that was really sort of fundamental, remains fundamental, I suppose, throughout this whole history of what we did with TCL. And I wouldn't say we were perfect on this one at all. I wouldn't say I'm perfect on it. But we really always fundamentally said it's not just about the games you make, it's how you make them. And it sort of started from a position of going, I love first-person shooters. I've sort of done some work on first-person shooters. I don't like making first-person shooters very much. I like playing them. And we used to talk a lot with sort of like early career staff, young staff. They come in and they go, I used to teach as well, and students would go, it's brilliant. I want to go to this company because I love that game. And you'd be looking at it and going, don't work for that company. They're terrible. They're toxic, awful people who destroy their staff. Yeah, but I want to work on that game. So separating that thing out between the fun you find as a player and the fun you find as a developer is really, really, really important. Fundamentally, it is a job that you will do with people that you will sort of work very, very closely with. And that culture is so fundamental. It's more important in many ways in the game you're making because there will always be another game. Yes, it can be demoralizing working on a mediocre or bad game. Of course it can, but there will be another game. What you won't get is another you. And getting away from all of those stories that we all know of people that have been trampled, wiped out, destroyed by the games industry because the game had to be perfect. And I think over the sort of like 15 years that I was in it, we sort of navigated this backs and forwards. We had our share of toxic encounters with, you know, sort of everything that was going on. We got it really well in some places. But fundamentally, it sort of always came back down to this in the end of going, these are human beings. These are a bunch of human beings doing something incredibly difficult and complicated every day that have to trust one another in order to do it. They have to respect one another, whose dignity has to be protected, whose self-esteem has to be protected. Fundamentally, that is the job of any employer and any leader. It is not contrary to the kind of stuff that may come out of the more sort of tech industry side of it, about algorithms that are going to change the world, about making sure that patents are made, that IP drives forward. Yes, of course, people want to make money. If you employ people, you have a fundamental responsibility to their welfare. That is crucially the contract that you make with them. And protecting that culture is fundamentally the most important thing you can do. It's the most important role you can take on. It's the biggest responsibility. So I've made games which have failed. I'm more proud of the culture that we had making those games that failed than I am of games that did well when we got into bad habits and people got damaged by that process. That's not going to suit everyone. That's just my take and where I come from it. And I suppose that's where I sort of want to end this. In terms of that, of going, like, we've been through this, we're in a really, really tough place at the moment. We know we are, right? And we're in an industry and we're in a culture that sadly, when those tough times happen, the things that actually we should be protecting and holding dearest to our hearts are the things that are first out the window. Well, we can't really afford a diversity program anymore. Well, we can't really afford those kind of excellence that go there because we've got to boil down to our core business practice. That stuff needs defending to the hilt. And if it's not being defended by the studio leadership, there is something wrong with the studio leadership, because people make games. 15 years, I think that's my biggest takeout from it, of going, it's about the people who do it. It's about the people in this room. It's about the people you work with every day. And games will come and go. But if you can end the day and say, today, I behaved in a way which contributed to the happiness of the people around me, and I took a very, very small step towards the tiniest little grain of incremental addition to the sum total of human happiness on the planet, that's a day that was well spent. Thank you.
That was a bit shit, wasn't it? No, there's more wisdom in kind of like every line of that than don't know, in Christmas cracker from Booths, and they're quite expensive. So, you know, just take that one. Brilliant. Okay, so we've got a final word from one of, well, not a final word, actually, we're not over yet. Dan, I can't get over that. There's just so much good stuff in there. There's a lot to unpack, I think. So thank you for that. It was really excellent keynote. And a lot of kind of stuff that I think everyone recognized. So it was, yeah, really good. Really good. Thank you. I'm going to hear briefly from Lucid Link, who are one of our sponsors that enable this and make us all be able to be here tonight. And then we're going to hear from Colin again. So it's Nick, I think, from Lucid Link. It is Nick. Excellent.
Thank you, everyone. I'll keep this extremely brief because I know I'm one of the last talkers of the night. So hello, everyone. My name is Nick Charner. I'm from Lucid Link. I think that there's a common theme that I've been hearing throughout the night, which is really more about people and the need to be able to collaborate with people, the more that we need to work together and talk more, obviously through Games Talks Live. So as last speaker of the night, I really wanted to plant the seed of curiosity before you all went home. And to do that, we have a case study from one of our existing clients that I wanted to show you. But they are most certainly from the creative industry. And I wanted to use this opportunity to talk with you during the intervals, or those that are sticking around, to show you how we'll actually apply this to the gaming industry and get the brain juices flowing a bit. So without further ado, we'll roll on the VT. Whilst it's checking availability.
Creatives using Lucid Link to do their best work. Our creative studio is called Sandwich. We make commercials. We've launched countless startups that have exploded into giants.
Doesn't quite look like that.
Lucid Link presents Unbound.
It is really good, honestly. It's well worth a watch. Bit of Control-Alt-Delete.
Lucid Link presents Unbound, a series about creatives using Lucid Link to do their best work. Our creative studio is called Sandwich. We make commercials. We launched countless startups that have exploded into giants. Skyrocketed brands that are in our daily lives.
A lot of our post team works remotely, or actually from everywhere.
So we needed cloud storage that isn't just fast, but real tech fast and accessible from anywhere.
And that's where LucidLink comes in.
We've tried other ways to collaborate and share media.
Well, we learned the hard way that those cloud storage platforms weren't built for real-time collaboration. Downloading files, duplicating everything, it wasn't fun.
It sucked.
LucidLink is different. Our team loved it immediately.
I'm actually connected to our file space right now. It mounts just like a drive. I don't even need to download video files to play them. Revision, but we already shipped.
I know. Ben, explain yourself.
I just think the final shot needs more flavor. This project is due tomorrow.
Guys, I already rendered a new version.
How is that even possible?
LucidLink. It's a cloud-native shared storage solution with block-based data streaming to optimize on-demand user performance.
Can you say that again in English?
LucidLink. It just works. It just works. I get quick access to all of our stuff anytime, anywhere. So when lightning strikes, I just pop into a project and update. And set.
This is incredible. How did you do this?
I thought it goes in.
Me too.
MP3. How are we getting these files over to color?
I got this drive. Oh, right over there.
And that was the last time we ever heard from Atom.
There he goes.
All you need to do is add the colorist as a collaborator. Managing permissions on LucidLink is actually super easy. It's secure right out of the box. So I'm just going to add the colorist back in. Whoa, the files are just here. Nice.
Hey, has anyone heard from Atom? Who's Atom?
Wi-Fi out here isn't great, but I needed fresh air. Luckily, I pinned my sequence. That way, I can keep working even with slow internet. Now, I'll just add these 4K graphics in, and the cut is ready to share.
Our creative studio is called Sandwich. Oh, wow, this is so good, you guys. I love it. No notes.
LucidLink makes all of this possible by bringing our whole team together. No matter where we are.
Oh, I just had another idea for this shot.
No.
Thank you. So it really is magic. Come and talk to us. Thank you.
Brilliant. LucidLink got 3 people here who are really good kind of client handlers, because the first one, I think Nick spoke to first, who explained what they did, and then I could tell I looked puzzled, and then somebody else explained it, and then the last person, who was brilliant, just went, "Oh, it's a magic box in the sky that makes life easier." Okay, right, okay, magic box, I get it. I'm in marketing. Thank you. Incredible, kind of like, again, these events are amazing because it's like a condensed day of, develop or something in a few hours. Amazing kind of tapestry of speakers that we've had, and lots of lessons to be learned, lots of networking done. I know Dan's already thanked everyone, but if we can again put our hands together for Lucy, who's handled all the IT stuff and amazingly helped that out. And Jenny, who's kind of handled the door. She's kind of, you've not seen her, she's been throwing a few people out, like had to be quite heavy-handed. A few Mancunians coming in, getting a bit Lowry. That's what Mancunians do. And Colin, because it wouldn't happen, none of this would happen if Colin didn't come around and stick his oar in and get involved. But yeah, Colin is a hero for doing this, so massive. I'm going to hand over to the man, the Colin. Thank God.
Thank you very much. So just a couple of things before, unfortunately, we have to call it a day, because I know some of us have work tomorrow. We're going to Liverpool tomorrow, so I'm not sure that counts as work. But a lot of the rest of you do have actual work to do. However, before we do, when we did this last year, we did a charity raffle. We weren't able to arrange that this year. However, we do always want to support a great cause each time. So this time we'd like to do a little bit just to support the charity Safe in Our World. So if it's ready, can we play a little video just to explain a little bit more about what Safe in Our World is?
Hi, I'm Sarah. Safe in Our World is the global mental health charity for the video games industry and its gamers. The main goal of the charity is to create and foster worldwide mental health awareness within the video games industry and beyond, to eliminate the stigma surrounding mental health, make it a natural topic of conversation, and empower people to reach out for help if they need it. The charity was launched on the 10th of October 2019 on World Mental Health Day, and has since then grown at a fast rate. As part of the launch, a poignant game called Fractured Minds was released across all platforms globally to support the charity. The game was made by an aspiring developer, Emily Mitchell, who entered a game development competition and subsequently won BAFTA's Young Game Design Award in 2017. The game was made by herself and focused on her personal journey through different forms of mental health, from anxiety to depression to claustrophobia. Fractured Minds created these feelings in every scene. If you haven't played it already, I really urge you to. It is a wonderful but emotional journey. Ever since inception, it has always been a goal of the charity to organise an event where aspiring game developers have the opportunity to create games around the topic of mental health. So, I'm excited to say that today we are announcing the launch of the first ever Safe in Our World Mental Health Game Dev Champions event. As we now know, the charity was launched on the eve of a pandemic, which I actually think was pretty good timing. There were many dark days for many of us during that time, and I don't think we'll ever truly know the impact of that time. But if there is one legacy that COVID has left, it's that perhaps people are now talking about their mental health more. So that's the theme of the competition. We want to continue this vital conversation and encourage people to express what they went through and how they felt by making a game that means something to them, like Fractured Minds meant to Emily Mitchell. Registration is open from today until the end of May, and you can find all the details on our website of how to get involved. So just visit www.safeinourworld.org, and the official start date will be the 1st of June. There will be categories for both solo devs and small teams, and a host of awards and wonderful prizes, including a showcase of all the winning games. So please take part and please share your story. Safe in Our World has already helped hundreds of thousands of people around the world, and with your support, we can help many more. Please help us spread the word and make stigma around mental health a thing of the past.
So a little bit out of date, unfortunately. However, they do amazing work, and I definitely encourage you to check out safeinourworld.org and engage with the charity if you think there's anything you can do individually or as part of the studio to help. That competition's obviously underway, but it'll be interesting to keep tabs on it. We usually have a couple of volunteers helping on the door. We didn't have tonight, but we have hoodies as modelled by Jenny and Lucy for volunteers. But given we didn't have any, we've got one spare extra large hoodie. Dan, could I impose on you on holding up that hoodie? So I figure let's do an auction. Does anyone want? Does anyone want a one-off? This is a Games Talks Live, June 18th to the 20th, Manchester hoodie with all the sponsor logos on the back. These will never be made again. Can we raise a couple of quid for charity by auctioning this off? What's the first bid? 50. Really? I wish I'd got a dozen printed. Wow. 50 quid, you serious? Wow. Okay, 50 quid. That's amazing. Thank you so much. I need to ask, will anyone beat 50 quid for this amazing one-off hoodie? 55. 60. 60 quid. Wow. Amazing. Will anyone give me 65? 65. Well, it does have stuff on the back. So we got 65 quid. Will anyone go to 70 for it? 65 pounds. Going once. Going twice. Sold for 65 pounds. That's amazing. Thank you so much. If you can just make the donation direct to the charity and just grab that. Yeah, fantastic. Great. Thank you very much. That is fantastic. We totally should bring more of these hoodies. Wow. No, we could have sold one for 65, one for 60, one for 55. Yeah. I would also, seeing as we are now very close to the end, I'd like you to help me thank all the amazing speakers we've had today. My schedule's out of date because everything changes so much, but we have had Stuart from the BFI, we've had Josh from Secret Mode, we've had Lauren from Square Enix, we've had Jay from Ping, we've had Tony from Art Workshop, we've had Phil from Fox Chicken Grain, we've had Simran from Format, we've had Nick from Badger Hammer, we've had Owen from Ponkle, and of course we've had Dan Pinchbeck. Please give them a massive round of applause. As I said right at the start, it's really difficult doing a talk in 10 minutes. So they've all done an amazing job, and I think we've all learned a lot, and I've had a lot of great conversations. So that's been amazing. I need to thank all our sponsors again. So thank you again to Red Rover, to No More Robots, to Pocket Size Hands, to LCR Connect, Invest Liverpool, Newcastle Gateshead, Invest Northeast, Escape Technology, Lucid Link, Cerolo, Fallen Planet, Johnson Carmichael, Speech Graphics, and Rivet Games. Please give them a big hand. I'm especially grateful because they have let me hold an event in a brewery. What more can I want? Absolutely amazing. Stephen kindly did the honours earlier on, but Lucy, that's our engineer at the desk at the back, has done an amazing job tonight and all week. Please give her a massive thank you. It's my wife Jenny that's been checking us in, so thank you, Jenny. Our host for this evening was Mr. Stephen Hay. He was all right, wasn't he? He was all right. Stephen, that was amazing. Thank you very much. I don't think we're in any rush to get out of here. It's a brewery after all. I think they've got a few beers to shift. So please do stick around and continue to enjoy the networking. Hopefully we'll see you at other events. I know obviously we've got Format, we've got Gameopolis stuff, lots of other events. Thank you for coming along tonight. This has been really useful, I think. It was a year since the last one. Whether we do it next year, we'll wait and see. Get in touch if you think we should, if your organization might want to help make that happen, and hopefully we'll see you another time. When you do eventually decide to stumble out the door, if you can recycle your lanyards, that would be lovely for the planet. Thank you so much for coming. Good night.